Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, August the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, a moderator of your trading room. And I forgot to turn the mic on in the main room. I know you guys could hear me in YouTube, so I'll do it again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show, Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, August the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. And William, glad to see you back. Glad to see you back, William. So, guys, well, we've got a little bit of excitement at 8:30. Now, I can't interpret these job numbers anymore. I saw the numbers. If you told me the numbers ahead of time, I could not have predicted which way this market was going to go. Anyway, here we are. We had a little pop, not a little pop. We had a nice pop on those job numbers at 8:30, and we'll have to see if these can be held. These gains can be held. So with that, a lot of stocks did this. A lot of stocks did this. I saw Hood go up. Now, Hood was also an earnings play, I believe. Hood also an earnings play? Yeah, Hood is an earnings play. So it had a little bit of, it was up a little bit anyway, but it was helped by the market. Thank you, Les, Torty, and Conga V in our YouTube room. So this one could get interesting. Wena, WENA. We've seen this one. I think this started trading as Wena a few weeks ago, got up to $5. This is the announcement. They're trying to cover a lot of neurodegenerative diseases, including Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and ALS. Okay. So that is their news release. Company announced that I don't know what the grantee is and an issuance of patent number. Anyway, that is the news for Wena. Low float, very low float. Our provider has 390,000 in the float, very, very low. Could be more, but if it is more, it's not probably a lot more. Ooh, William, that's not good to hear. Well, you can obviously just pack it in right now. I don't mean, pack it in right now for the day. You don't have to stick around. All right, guys, what else is happening? So Bumble, BMBL, earnings play. Bumble is an earnings play, BMBL. Probably an all-time low. Yes, this is an all-time low now for Bumble, BMBL. Sava was a crazy one this morning. The first thing I saw was some news. Advanced discussions to resolve SEC investigation, a $40 million estimated loss contingency recorded in Q2 for resolution. So on that news, it popped the stock up to 31, but it is also an earnings play. It's also an earnings play. So it popped the stock up to 32, and then it fell all the way back down to 27.74. I mean, that's a massive move down, in such a short period of time. And it's trying to recover a little bit. KVYO could. Where are you now? Where's KVYO? There you are, up 22%. This is an earnings play. Anyway, this is an earnings play, and this is a big gap up. I mean, look what was, yesterday was down to $22, up to $28 right now, and wiping all this out on the daily chart. And on the weekly chart, this still has some room to run. I see $30 or so as the next high. 30.08 is the next high on the weekly chart anyway. So it has still some room to run. It has not given anything back yet. Warner Brothers, WBD. This is another earnings play and gapping down on earnings, down 10%. Now, wow, I didn't realize it was a $7 stock. So there could be some support right at the area it's at. I mean, you can see in the weekly chart, there looks like there could be some support, but if it breaks down through that, I mean, that's a lifetime low. I mean, this is a lifetime low where it's at right now. Warner Brothers, again, people just cutting their cables. HROW. Okay, the volume is picked up. When I first saw it, the volume was quite low, but the volume is definitely picking up. In fact, it picked up right there. So this is an earnings play, and this is a lifetime high. HROW is a lifetime high. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, so I'm saying HROW is a lifetime high now. I'm just watching this market to see if it can hold these gains. Speaking of not holding their gains, look at Sedge. I didn't realize. I mean, I know the solars have been in disarray for quite a while now, but look at Sedge. I mean, this was a $300 stock. I mean, not that long ago, last year. Last year at this time, this is a three. Now, probably shouldn't have been a $300 stock, but nonetheless, $300, $19 now. And it's an earnings play, and it is getting close to its lifetime low also, and that is SEDG. Another earnings play, Aspen Aerogels. ASPN is an earnings play, and the next high in the weekly chart. It's got some room. $25 is the next high in the weekly chart. BROS. This was a really active one a few weeks ago. Yeah, you can see how active this one was. Back in May, it was down at $27, got up to $43 in a couple of months. Anyway, earnings play, and this is gapping down on earnings, and wow, right through that 200-day moving average. That green line on my chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So it's gapped down through the 200-day moving average now. Okay, guys, I'm hearing EXAI is on the move. EXAI is on the move. This is actually, it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. A lot of earnings plays, as you can tell. Most of these movers are all based on earnings, reaction to earnings. Okay, be they good or they're bad, and guidance. It's all about guidance, really. You could have a great last quarter, but if you're guiding poorly next quarter, why is anybody going to buy your stock? Anyway, EXAI. Now, to me, it's coming into looks like a lot of resistance around that 550 mark. Okay, to me anyway. Chris Gibson will serve as CEO of the combined company, so I don't know what's happening here. Okay, this is a buyout. Biotech firm Recursion to buy smaller peer for 608. So actually, this is a buyout. So it's an earnings play, but it's also a buyout. So not really much more to see here now. Novavax. Now, Novavax, where are you? There you are. Almost down 16%. NVAX. Look at this. This is a big gap down, guys. Now on earnings, it's an earnings play. And when you look left on the weekly chart, look at the low here. $4, $4.30 or so, $4.50 or so. That's on the weekly chart. So, man, there's not a lot of support for Novavax, NVAX. AXGN, another excuse me, another earnings play, gapping up on earnings, wiping all this out on the daily chart. And on the weekly chart, the next highs looks like there's pretty decent resistance, not that far away actually. About 1080, 1090, not that far away. A couple of weekly highs right there. Again, I'm just keeping an eye in this market. Another earnings play, guys, is See if I can still find it here. Hmm. I think this is an earnings play. CELH, Celsius. Oh, I see. It's not an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is not an earnings play. It was an earnings play on August 6th. It was an earnings play. But it is continuing to move down. So it was an earnings play. Basically, the reaction was 2 days ago. That was the earnings play 2 days ago, but it is still continuing down. Wow, another stock. Look at this. I mean, imagine $100, 37, $100. I mean, it's not that long ago. End of May. End of May. I know they make some kind of a drink. I think I've tried their drink. Now, personally, I didn't like the taste, but I think some in the room said they do like the taste. But at any rate, this stock has been in a complete and utter decline for several months now. CELH. Lilly, LLY, Eli Lilly, big earnings play, guys. Look at this one. Look at this big gap up on, I mean, that's a massive float. I actually thought it was in the billions. Still a big float, 898 million. That's a big move, 12% with that float. And it's an earnings play. And basically trying to wipe out all this on the daily chart. Next high is 879 or so. So, and I don't trade these ones, but I know some of you do, and maybe some of you play options on them or trade options on them. And I don't know if I mentioned the CDLX crashing down on earnings. I mean, a big 53% down on earnings. Little pop here, though. Little pop here. It is yes, this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you see the mauve area right here. That is the after hours reaction, and it is continuing to move down. And that is CDLX. Moderate float, 46 million in the float. Almost a lifetime, basically a lifetime low. Now for CDLX, $20 stock, not that long ago. End of March, $3 now. Wow. So our float for WINA then is way out then. It's about 10 factor more than 10. Interesting. Still low. I mean, it's still a low float. 8 million in the 8.8 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, we are in. Okay, the market is still holding. It's still holding the area. We haven't had a sell-off yet. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Click on, or sorry. Let's get one of my sector status to load. A little delay here. Let me do it again. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 95% in green, meaning 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. That's what that all means. And let's take a look at BKR. Not an earnings play. I thought it might have been an earnings play. You can see the semis are having a rally, obviously, with the market. SMH. But let's take a look. Well, there's Lilly right there. How about tech? Is tech? Maybe tech might have been an earnings play, but it is not. It is actually was an earnings play yesterday. There's no volume yet, but it is up 8%, but there's no volume. And that's TECH. And let's see if there's anything else. Lumen, our friend Lumen is still, still very active. lot of volume. Look at that volume, 5 million, 5.8 million already. It only has about, it varies. We have 991 million in the float. Some websites have about 700 million. Whatever it is, it's extremely high, which is remarkable because this stock can have some incredible percentage moves. So tech, 80% are up from yesterday's close. And there is the SPY. I put a price alert for the SPY at the high of the pre-market. So it got there. Beyond, what did I have? I had Beyond here for some reason. I think this was an earnings play. Yeah, this was an earnings play after hours yesterday. Beyond Meat, really doing nothing right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to go through the exercise again. Take a look at the ones that were very close to the 200-day moving average, XLE, and I don't think yesterday did not help. Yeah, yesterday did not help, so still below the 200-day moving average, XLE. We know that consumer discretionary was also right around the area. There it is. So still below the 200-day moving average, XLY, so consumer discretionary. I think now SMH with that little pop this morning is probably, yeah. So it didn't close below yesterday. Again, that green line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. And then there's technology. That's the big one. Let's take a look at XLK. I don't think, well, based on yesterday's action, so still hovering right around that 200-day moving average. Hard to believe I'm talking about this. For months now, every major sector was well above the 200-day moving average. But of course, what happened last week and it'll carry forward this week. Not, well, we got XLK, we've got discretionary, and we've got energy. The three major sectors are below the 200-day moving average. And what did I do? Okay, no problem. So look at technology, guys. So of course, moving right along with the SPY. CDLX bouncing back. Let's take a look. A little bit. Excuse me. A little lifetime low. No, we don't count the pre-market, but basically a lifetime low. This is one to watch, guys. I don't think it's an earnings play. VKTX. Excuse me, VKTX. And it is not an earnings play. I don't think there's any news on this one, but you can just sort of see. There's the high yesterday, 54, the day before that, but then you get up to these areas right here. And this has had a big fall from 70, 71 or so, all the way back down to 47. And it's trying to come back a little bit, and that is the VKTX. This is another one that's trying to pop a little bit here, guys. ALDX. Looks like there's a lot of resistance between here and 4, though. Could be a lot of resistance between here and 4. Look at the KVYO. KVYO still maintaining the highs of the pre-market and tacking on some. Not a lot of volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Once the market opens, you're going to get a lot of volume through the 200-day moving average. And that's the KVYO, sorry. I don't know what they do. SaaS marketing platform, personal e-commerce marketing reinvented for online stores and Shopify, BigCommerce, and Magento. Okay. I don't know why. I keep thinking this is some kind of a new company or a new symbol. And I'm right. I think I'm right. Maybe it was yeah, it started trading as key because the company was started in 2012. Not that they had to be public then, but looks like they started trading as KVYO in as a public company anyway back in September 2 years ago, last year, so about a year ago, started trading as KVYO. Morning, perfect in our YouTube room. All right, GVP is just popping in here, guys. Is it a penny stock? No, it isn't actually. Company announced they're going to be bought out, probably announced it will be acquired. Okay, for $4 a share. There was another one that I had on my list that is an acquisition also. Can't remember what it was. Why do you want to go to YouTube? I mean, I can share it with you, SK. If that, you don't have to go to YouTube unless there's a reason for going to YouTube. I can share it with you though. It's the same room. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, YouTube. I moderate two rooms at the same time: YouTube and what I call the main room. YouTube, there's just not as much activity among traders. I think people who want to be in YouTube, maybe they just want to hear me and see my screen, and that's all. They don't care about a lot of interaction among other traders. But if you want to have a little more interaction amongst with other traders, stay in the main room. But I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and that's when somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. What are my thoughts on Palantir? Well, I know it popped with the market. So it's a market move, like it popped with the market. Okay. A lot of stocks did this. So I don't think it's not really trading. I do see they had some news. Microsoft and Palantir shares rise as tech titans ink a deal to deploy AI tools for US government agencies. But that pop here, that's right at 8:30. Okay, that's 8:30. And that's the same. There's your SPY pop at 8:30 right here, 8:30. There's your 8:30 right there, 8:30. So I mean the move in Palantir is all to do with the SPY. Okay, Dave, in our YouTube room. And Palantir also, I think, was an earnings play. Was it yesterday? On the 5th. So the reaction was on the 6th. So it was an earnings play. And, now I think, I can't remember, this is the day I think most stocks dropped anyway, but, there was a reaction to earnings. All right, guys. Guts, Guts, guts. No volume. For whatever reason, it's popping a little bit. Presents new clinical results from German real world registry showing meaningful. So this is one of the weight loss drugs, I guess. Makes sense. Guts. Haynes, HBI, a little bit of an earnings. Well, no, it is an earnings play. HBI, stalking people. I think. Haynes branch, yeah, Haynes. So 555 is the next high looking left. If we can break through that, to me, it's just got too much resistance to be. All right, guys, want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment while I do that. All right, Stevie. So that'll be in November, obviously, Black Friday weekend. Just talking to Stevie in our YouTube room. So you're going to see a little bit of a difference here. I've got my momentum stocks moving down in this one also. Okay, momentum stocks moving down. These are the momentum stocks moving up. I think what I'm going to do in this panel right there is kind of put different scans in here. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay, I'm all set. Pre-market low for Bumble, BMBL. It's an earnings play. Bumble is an earnings play. Pre-market low that I've got is 465 right down here. Okay, that looks like the pre-market low. And I'm going to try to stick with a 3-minute chart today, because I'm really trying to embrace the go no go. These go no go charts that you see here, these multicolored charts. And as always, I will explain a little bit later what they're all about. Now, if you have our AI guys, anybody with our premium service, this is all I would look at. Okay, this screen right here. Strategy trades all. In order to load that screen, a moment as I move this down just a bit. So in order to load this screen, click on New from the toolbar, and then we have three that start off with Premium AI. Click that middle one when it says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is what you'll see. It is blank right now. There will be no alerts until at least 9:40, 10 minutes after the market opens. That is by design. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but that will be the earliest. The other thing I would do is I would uncheck if you don't see none in the filter box right there, just click that little down arrow and uncheck anything. I would want to see the alerts all day long. Okay, whether they're profitable or not. I use it like a watch list. Okay. Well, okay. So what time is it now? 9:29. So the market's been open about a minute. So yeah, Dragonfly. So this is only because I'm using these go no go charts. Okay, and obviously a 3-minute chart will get you into the trade a little bit earlier than a 5-minute chart, though you run the risk of it chopping around and not sustaining. But I'm still flitting between a 3 and a 5-minute chart with the go no go charts. As you know, most of you probably know, I had nothing less than a 15-minute chart. With the go no go charts, with these counter transitions, I'm experimenting really between a 3 and a 5. So it's not a matter of it working better. And I found that 2-minute was just a little too fast, a little too choppy. I mean, 3 minutes. I mean, believe me, it's not necessarily ideal, but anyway, it's an experiment. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So again, this is sort of the reverse. This is the momentum stocks going up, and these are the momentum stocks going down. Okay, there's a CELH, and we have our first halt of the day, guys. Whoops, that one. Start this one. So we have our first halt of the day. LTRN halted on the way down. I think Frog is an earnings play. Yeah, Frog is an earnings play. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. We are bros, guys, so been a bit choppy in the pre-market. It's an earnings play. It even though it popped up here, it was still down for the day. But look at this drop now for bros, BROS. And if you look left on the weekly chart, well, this is it. Sorry, this is today. So looking left on the weekly chart, the next low is 27.48. Okay, so there is still some room. Big drop down through that 200-day moving average. Apps. What's happening with apps? Okay, so this is an earnings play. Okay, released earnings after hours yesterday. So this is an earnings play. It has now gone positive. Okay, maybe we're getting a little crack in the spy here. I mean, not much, but a little crack in the spy. Oh man, you know what? I was almost going to break a rule here and take this one of these ones that looks like it's just going to move higher all day long. But I just waited. I waited on it. Anyway, here's a KVYO. All-time high now? No, sorry, it's not an all-time high. But look at this move here. Look at this move. Look at the volume that's coming in now to KVYO. Darn. Well, Frog is still on the way down here, guys. FROG, and this is not quite a lifetime low, but certainly at the low end of its lifetime range. Ah, man, oh man. Well, there it went, guys. KVYO. Too bad. Too bad for me. I hope maybe some of you took it. Bros continues down here. Bros continues down. BROS. Next low looking left. It's getting very close to that low. Will we get a bounce? 26.85, 26.85, pretty closer to that low. 27.48 is actually the next low looking left on the weekly chart for Bros, BROS. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Interesting. LTRN, more than a 5-minute halt. OM just got halted on the way down. It's an earnings play, I do believe. Yes, it's an earnings play. OM got halted on the way down. All right. Market is holding here, guys. Market's holding. Onion sneaking up. Let's take a look at ONON. This is not an earnings play. They don't all have to be earnings plays, of course, but typically most of these active ones are going to be earnings plays today. ONON has earnings actually on the 13th next week. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Probably didn't trade that much, but yeah, you can see the volume is only 266 now. But look at this one, NVST. NVST is moving here on earnings, but no, as quickly as it went up to 612, dropped down to 1573. You know, I did see Under Armour in the pre-market. Under Armour is an earnings play. I just kind of dismissed it, but hey, UA, you can, I guess you have your pick between UA or UAA. What is trading more? 852. Oh, so the UAA is definitely more liquid. Okay, way more liquid. 2.6 million versus 800,000 for the UA. Wow, look at VSAT, another one. I didn't see this in the pre-market. It was very spotty trading. Probably why I didn't look at it. But VSAT, an earnings play. Okay, guys, now we're getting a color change here on the SPY. Wow, silver. I don't know what's happening with silver overall, but PAAS, a big silver play. It's an earnings play. Let's take a look at silver, though. Let's see if silver is dropping also. Not really. So PAS is really trading on its own. Silver is up a little bit, and PAAS on earnings is dropping. My guess is Yelp is an earnings play. Yep. Yep. Yelp is an earnings play, guys. Take a look at some of these losers here. So there's the frog, lost 2 already. So I've got the 3 races up and running here, which I'll keep as long as it doesn't slow my system down too much. This is the one that I'll usually have front and center, but these are the large cap gainers and these are the large cap losers. And the middle one doesn't care about market cap. You will see bigger percentage moves here because I don't have any market cap restrictions. I don't know these guys at all. DC Go. No idea. Never seen them before. I can see what they do. So this is an earnings play, and to me, between here and 4 could be some pretty tough resistance. So LTRN just resumed, guys, and actually it popped up. It looked like it was halted on the way down a little bit. So LTRN popped up. Low float, 8 million. It is an earnings play, actually. It's an earnings play. All right, so this is an earnings play, and now, I don't mind saying this is from our AI. Now, to me, and it could, rip right through all this. To me, looks like there's some resistance around 250. To me. Krispy Kreme. This is an earnings play, guys. Donut. Look at the donut moving. Again, probably coming into resistance around the 11 mark. A lab. Okay. I know this one was actually short of this one yesterday. Late. Oh, nice. Nice pop up through 40, but right back down. All right, guys. Well, the market is still hanging tough here. Looked like this might have been the moment that was going to drop, but not yet anyway. All right, guys. Wow. Okay, there's a nice one from our AI. 2381, 2458 right now on the VSAT. Earnings play. So far, so good. I just looked at this one and I wanted to see where the next resistance area was, and it was far enough away as compared to the apps. Okay, the next resistance area on the weekly chart anyway, about $26. So very, very good alert so far from our AI. It's a float in this one, about 100 million in the float. So it's certainly not crazy high. It's certainly not low, but that is VSAT. Here's another earnings play, guys. Health HCAT, HCAT is another earnings play. Now this one is coming right into that 200-day moving average. I mean, that could be pretty tough to get through. Okay. See the difference between this one and the apps and VSAT is that VSAT. Look at all the room VSAT had. So people ask me, do I take every AI trade? No, I use it like a watch list, and like any other alert that I get, I'm always going to look at the higher time frames just to see where they could go until they hit some resistance. So I mean, it was not, well, I want to say obvious, but I mean VSAT just had a lot of room. SN, my goodness, SN. This is a lifetime high now for SN. The Shark Ninja. I know what the Shark is. I've got that product. I know what the Ninja is. It's a food processor of some sort. SN. So this is an all-time high now for SN. Boy, here's another one getting hammered here. Cabaletta, CABA earnings play, probably close to an all-time low. Not an all-time low, but Caba. All right, guys, this is a real winner now from our AI. 2381 on the alert, 2540 right now, and moving higher. Now getting close maybe to that 2598 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So that would be your area of potential if you're in this one. Now I could be wrong. I was wrong yesterday about a couple of them from our AI that actually moved through the resistance areas that I thought could stall them. But there's apps, 250. You look at the weekly chart. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 250, but hey, who knows? I mean, I guess it could pop through that if it does. But even so, if it does, 260 or so looks like the next highs. But it's completely up to you, of course, if you're going to take the trade or not. But the one that, I mean, just guys, just get into the, just get used to looking left, okay, on the higher time frames, daily, weekly. When you see room at the setup, I don't mean you have to chase any. I mean, it's too much, too bad. It's too late now, but you never know. You never know if this pulls back into the alert price again and then pops just like a lot of them have from our AI. So if you miss it the first time, it might pull back. So it might give you an opportunity if you did miss it the first time. But this is just a wonderful one, up 10% now. Yep, we're getting a crack here, certainly right now, anyway. Well, guys, I mean, the apps is actually looking like it wants to take this out now. I mean, I did not take this one, okay? Did not take it just because of what I was talking about, but this is a great percentage move. It's an earnings play, 233, 260 now. So here they are. I don't mind showing them. There's the apps, 233, 260, but for me, this was a great one. Now, if you had shorts available for Beyond Meat, which I did not. I did not have shorts available from Interactive Brokers for BYND, so I could not. And what the AI is looking at is a topping play. So they might have topped out. And the HCAT, another one from our AI. Again, there's a 200-day moving average. Could stall it. Compo, I know this is an earnings play. I think I had it on my list. Yeah, CMPO is an earnings play. Well, I don't feel as badly now, but the KVYO, it could not sustain that pop. I thought it might have had the chance to could be one of those all day ones, like the UPST yesterday. Not today, but yesterday, at that day that was basically up all day. Yeah, VSAT's is been a now. The next high is looking left. I mean, it might be above that now. Yeah, 25.98. We have to look at a monthly chart. So on a monthly chart now, the next high is $29 approximately. So I mean, it's still on a monthly chart anyway. Still have some room to move. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but I missed root. Another nice one from RA. RA is having a great day, guys. Another short opportunity for root, and I'm hoping that I haven't quite liked the number of alerts we've had over the last 4 or 5 days with the AI. We seem to get about 10 or 15. I hope we get down to, I don't know, I'd like to see a max of 6. But anyway, there's the root. Another great, great alert from the AI, 4620 on the short, 4324. I missed that one. I was concentrating on the VSAT, and so I completely missed the root. And root must be an earnings play. It must be, but you can see why the AI works quite well during earnings season. There's apps, there's VSAT, there's root, there's Beyond Meat, and HCAT. All these are earnings plays, okay? And if you're wondering why I keep talking about earnings plays, it's because when a company releases earnings, typically on the day they release earnings, they usually have a lot of action, a lot of activity, lots of volume, and the stock can either move up or down, of course, depending on what the interpretation of earnings is all about, and also guidance. So, guys, at this point, I'm out most of this VSAT, okay, and I'm watching this now to see if we get a bit of a transition, that color transition. I'm holding on to a piece of it unless we get that color transition on the go no go chart to the light to the aqua. Yeah, let's take a look at the economic calendar. I know we had that 10:30. So yeah, 10 o'clock we've got wholesale inventories. I have no idea what effect that is going to have on the market. At 1 o'clock, we do have another auction, $25 billion 30-year bond auction. We actually have a couple of the presidents talking, Fed presidents talking. I'll be gone by then. 3 o'clock, Barkin. Actually, only one. Barkin talks at 3 o'clock, but I'll be gone by then. Ooh, Compo. Did see this one earlier, but it's an earnings play. The volume was really picking up now. Keep an eye on the CELH, guys. This is having a nice bounce here. CELH, it's not an earnings play. It's having a nice bounce. Actually, it's not quite positive yet, but it is having a bounce. Now, so far, wow, look at this market. Look at this market. Wow. That looks pretty ominous right there. But no, a complete reversal again. Wow, look at Sava. Shoot, I was going to forgot to keep watching Sava. This is really, really giving it up now. I mean, this hit in the pre-market got up to $32. Now we're down to 20. Well, got down to $26, $25.50. This could be interesting. This CF, guys. CF is an earnings play. It's positive, it's up 6%. Looks like an interesting pattern for wow, except for that 200-day moving average. You can see it's right there. 200-day moving average is at 77.73. It's right at that 200-day moving average. So it has to take that out. The pre-market high was almost 79 though, so there is a little history in taking the 200-day moving average out today. Okay, guys, I am all out of the VSAT now. Yeah, little transition right here. Okay, it was a wonderful trade though, 23.81. I didn't get it right at that right at that penny, and I didn't get out right at that top here, but certainly take that middle 2/3 all the time. Now, watch it. If you miss it the first time, watch to see if it bounces off that that area. Certainly, the market is not going to hurt it so far. I mean, it's still up 36% for the day. So, keep an eye on it for a bounce here now. What's the VWAP? The VWAP is 24.88, so it's below the VWAP. Have I ever got stuck in a trade? Are you talking about using I'm talking to Future Science in our YouTube room. Are you talking about in our Brokerage Plus or in your broker? I mean 2381, so it's just at the Are you trading live or in the simulator feature? I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade live, so can't really answer that question. Also, it depends when you're flattening. I can't remember if flatten just gets you out of the market. You shouldn't have had a problem because I thought flatten gets you right out of the market. It's not a limit. But anyway, no, I haven't had a problem because I have not used it. I'm waiting on a bounce, guys. I'm going to wait on this bounce. I've done several videos on the AI plays, and I'm wondering if this will set up the same sort of way. It's an alert up here on 24, a little over 24. The only thing I can ask you to do is send your log file in future. I don't know. I can't comment on it really. Send your log. If you go to help and about, send files to support, explain what happened. Chris is around. He'll take a look to see why it didn't. But I thought flatten got you out at the market. You're not talking limit order because sometimes you put a limit in and the stock moves so quickly and you can't get out. All right, guys, this is boy, I can't wait to do a video on this one. Holy smokes. Well, guys, I don't know what to say. It did exactly what I was hoping it would do. Now, I don't know where it's going, but in fact, that probably, let's see. Yeah, I've taken some out at the 50 level, okay? You can see where it bounced. There was the alert. 2381 was the original alert, got over 24, took the trade. I was actually a little too, I wanted to get out right up here, but just one moment, please. All right, how do you send the log? Click on help and about. Help and send files to support. Okay, future. Well, I have no idea. That doesn't make sense to me that you couldn't get out of the trade if you hit flatten. As everybody else, most people are confirming what I said. Flatten gets you out at the market. Yeah, I can't help you, future. I just can't help you. I don't know why. Who's your broker? IB, or are you using Interactive Brokers? Again, I'm talking to future in our YouTube. E-Trade. It could be on E-Trade's end. It could be on E-Trade's end. Okay. Give me a moment. I want to ask somebody about that. Okay, guys. I'll just ask that question about E-Trade. Yeah, I'm assuming you selected the stock, right, future? I don't know how many stocks you had in your Brokerage Plus. In Brokerage Plus, you say it had worked before, so that's why I'm assuming you knew what you were doing. You have to highlight the stock and then flatten it. But I'm assuming that you know what you're doing in that regard. Thoughts on HRO? Well, HRO early, of course, was an earnings play, and it was. If HRO was even here, no. Was an all-time high at some point. Yeah, I mean, it's still. I don't know what to say about it now. I mean, there was a transition right there at around $31, but it's an all-time high. 30 million in the float. It's pretty low for a $32 stock. No real comment now. No, we don't do options. Now we do have some option scanners, okay, or filters. 1220 options. Talking about 1220 options in our YouTube room. Best thing, excuse me, future. The only thing you can do is send your login. Okay, I mean, there's nothing else we can do. I have a feeling it's on E-Trade's end, but I can't say for sure. But just click on the help and send files to support. Okay. So these are the option filters that we do have. Okay. I'll demonstrate them using this alert window that I've got. It's almost time for me to go over my homepage anyway. And welcome, by the way, 1220. So these are the option filters that we have. Whether or not they will help you trade options, some in the room have told me yes, they can, but I don't trade options. But this is what we do have. So again, we don't scan for options. Understand, we don't scan for options. But these are the option filters that we do have. So we have some obvious ones. That we have the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. Now that option volume right there, contracts, that is the average number of contracts, okay? The average number of contracts that have traded over the last 10 days. This one is so using this, the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, and this filter right there, the option volume today percent. So for instance, if I use this filter and I put 300, ratio of 3, okay, but I put 300%. If on average a stock has traded, say, 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days on average, for me to see that stock today, if I use this filter, this 300%, it will have to trade 15,000 contracts today. Okay. So using this filter, you can at least zero in on the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Now, if that helps you trade the contract, like the option, great. But that's what it does. It at least shows you the stocks that are really having an abnormal option activity today. Okay. So for instance, we look at apps. 30, it's not a huge number of contracts, but 3,800 and it's going to grow, of course, 3,900 contracts right now. That represents 300% of normal, 3 times normal. Okay. If you can see my single stock window, there's the option volume today. Let's take a look at another one. Under Armour, 27,000 contracts, almost 28,000 contracts. That's 5 times normal. Now, whether that helps you trade the option in it, I don't know. I mean, because I don't trade, but I've had people in the room say it really helps. At least it zeroes in on those stocks. Yeah, no, you're right about Novavax too. Novavax is making a comeback here. There's a nice transition right there, 1037. I'm going to go into this. I'm going to go into this. I'm going to talk about what you're seeing here, these go no go charts. I'm going to talk about what you'll find on my homepage. Show you the scans that I'm currently sharing, etc. Okay. Logan, in our YouTube room, do I ever look at was that Potbelly or PB? Haven't seen this one for a while. Do I ever look at it? Only if it's trading abnormally. It's no volume. You're right. It has earnings after hours, but I don't play earnings in that I don't take a stock ahead of earnings in anticipation that they might be good or bad if I'm going to short. So no idea. I mean, but right now the volume is nothing. Look at that volume right now. It's 45,000. That's 2.5 times normal. I mean, that's how That's how little it trades. So, I mean, they'll have earnings tomorrow, and I'm sure tomorrow the volume certainly will increase. But whether the earnings are good or bad, I have no idea. So let's take a look at my homepage. All right, guys. So if you take a look at my homepage, here is what you're going to see. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription. There's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, using my promo code really helps to keep the room free. Okay. The room gets credit for the subscription. And so it really helps to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with a download and install. First startup and login. Scroll down a bit. Important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Two major components of trade ideas, top lists and alert windows, okay? And if you're new to trading, Trading 101, a free series of videos for you if you're new to trading, okay? I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You will get it before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade this week. Steve suggested to stay in cash. Big education section is here. And here's our user guide. The user guide has a lot of information in it. You don't have to learn everything. However, here's the getting started. I would take a look at the alert window, more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the T window. Also, stock racing. I'm showing this one. I actually have all three just in tab form, okay? And here is stock racing is right here. I'm going to go over my race, but here's how you can create your own race based on all your own parameters, okay? Price alerts. I use price alerts on charts all the time. And if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. And of course, we have a lot more information in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything, okay? It's like any other software program. There's a lot in our user guide, but again, you don't have to learn everything. But certainly, alert windows, top list windows, these two for sure. Here's the getting started again. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. And last, here are my scans, okay? So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. Now, this one I created yesterday is not, it's so, if you have trade ideas, all you have to do, if you want a momentum scan on the way down, as opposed to the ones on the way up, there's the momentum scan is right over here. You just have to, I'll demonstrate if you're really interested. You just have to duplicate the window and then use the flip from the configure, and it'll flip everything that can be flipped. In other words, stocks here, this one here is looking for new highs and stocks at least 2% up from yesterday's close. This will look for new lows and at least down 2%. Other filters in place, but those are the things that can be flipped. And let's see, the Halts resumes, which is not that active today, but there's the Halts resumes over here. Now, here are the three races. I have them in tab form, so you're not seeing all the results all the time, okay? But here are the three races that I am sharing. You can see them right up here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. Okay, and I do not have them all up and running at the same time, and neither should you. Okay, that'd be way, way, way too many scans. Give me a moment, please, guys. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? So I'm going to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about by using this momentum scan. All right, so this is an alert window. That's why it says in the upper left-hand corner, it has an A. So if I right-click on it and click on Configure and click on Summary. So there are many screening programs out there, and but what we take it a step further, we screen. This is the screening aspect, but we are fabulous at real-time alerting. Real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now we're at 10:23 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal, etc. I say etc. because all these filter values have to be met for us to get a real-time alert. The real-time alert is going to be a new high for the day. So the last time that happened was for the SEZL at 10:22 plus 12 seconds. It made a new high at 95.88. This is a real-time alert. Since then, over a minute ago, since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay? And you can see the market's pretty good today because the last time, and when I say flip, you see this is a little flip. What can be flipped? You can flip the new high to a new low, and then the price is up at least 2%. You can flip that to down 2%, and that's what this one is. And basically, this other things cannot be flipped. You can't flip a price range. You can't flip the volume in the last minute being 1,000% of normal. You can only flip things that can be flipped. Hopefully that makes sense. New high to new low, down as opposed to up. Flipping is just a simple. If you could obviously create this scan from scratch, but if you want to create something that basically is the opposite to a scan that you've got, you just want to see things heading in the opposite direction, then you can just use the flip. Watch what I'll show. See how that flipped? New high, new low now instead of new high, and down 2%. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to flip it. Okay. Now, before you flip, here, Tallow just made a new high. Just one step you should do before you flip, though, duplicate your window. I mean, because I'm assuming you still want to see, say, something like that, your original one. So duplicate the window and then flip it, so you have the two versions. And all you have to do is right click. Oh, I'm here, so right click and duplicate, and then you'll duplicate the window and then do the flip because most of the time you still want the original window the way it is. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. Notice, so ALDX just made a new high. Then the other thing too is if you want to make a change to this, I mean, this is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. Exactly. You might have a different price range in mind. Maybe you want a different minimum volume or something else. Maybe you want to add a filter. Maybe you want to take one of these out. That's up to you. This is what I like to see. But again, it doesn't have necessarily be what you want to see. So you can use this like a template to create whatever you like your parameters or your scenario. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can. This time I'll click on search. Notice at the very top, the two most popular ones, new high of the day and the new low of the day. These are all real-time alerts that we have here. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we've got. So every day I say this, don't get hung up on how many we've got. If you're looking at this for the first time, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. The only reason there are so many, and I think this makes perfect sense, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, then they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So again, you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of those filters. I have a price range I like and a minimum volume, things like that. It doesn't mean that the ones I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all it means. Your trading style might be completely different from mine. And you might find something here that you want to use. So that's a general. It's generally what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, you can have my scans. We have a lot of scans in our toolbar. If I click on New and Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans in here. So if you don't want to build your own scan completely from scratch, probably you might find something that I have that you like, and maybe modify it. Maybe something in that channel bar that you like. But again, if you want to build your own scan right from scratch, you can do that. So let's talk a little bit about the races that you see here. These are the three races that I've got. So the whole concept of racing, let's talk about that first. So I run 4 minute races. And again, if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the guide, and you'll see there's a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can create your own race based on your all your parameters. You might want to run a different time period. I really like to run 4 minute races. So we're 2 minutes into this 4 minute race. So why is LASE on top here? That's because it has moved the most since the race started 2 minutes ago. This stock has moved the most percentage wise, 2.8%, and now PLG just took over 4.2%. It's only up a nickel. It's a cheap stock, okay? But sometimes you're going to see some big percentages in here with big dollar moves also. This is a more volatile race right here. And what happens is over the course of the day, a top 10 list is automatically built for you. So again, if you're new to trading, this is going to be a wonderful thing because it gives you just some focus. Trade ideas. I mean, we're a great idea generator, but I have a very couple of active windows here. If you just look at this race here, though, a top 10 list is built for you. You could probably just concentrate on these, and you still need to have an idea about how to trade, of course. So I'm going to try to answer our choice question first. Um, I'm going to say no in terms of a 3% move, okay, or any specific percent move. Um, let's just take a look at the. You see, we do have a running up, okay, and the running up, though I think it's a dollar. No, let me just type it in. See, it's a dollar move. It's not a percent move. Okay, that's probably about the only thing that you can do. I don't think there is not like tell me when the stock moves 3% and give me an audible alert. Of course, you can do it, with the filters and all. Have a move of 3% with the filters, but it's not an audible alert. Okay, but the running up, you can set the dollar amount, how much it has to run up. Okay. So let me get back to the races, okay? So so every time a race is over, a new one will start, and just wait. Wait to see what's happening. So there's EBS. It's at the top. You don't have to wait. No, you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on an alert. In fact, I would click on anything you see here, even if it really hasn't moved, just to check it out to see, is this making a move that you might like? Is it setting up the way you might like, according to your trading style and plan? For instance, your plan might be, well, a stock that, look at this one, Indo, as an example, INDO. There's the VWAP 364. Some of you like to play VWAP or play VWAP plays, right? So the VWAP is at 364. Maybe the VWAP is holding it as support and it'll bounce off at. Maybe there's a moving average that you have on your chart that you like. Maybe it's coming into it. Maybe it'll bounce off it. This is why you have to practice trading. Because when you start out, you don't know any of these things really. But you have to be able to. TraderDiz is wonderful at generating the ideas based on your parameters, but you have to be able to know what you're looking at when you click on the chart or on the symbol, clicking on the chart. You have to be able to know what you're looking at. And the only way you can do that is by practicing. And we have a simulator that you can practice in. And the simulator uses our real-time data. Now, question should be right now is, okay, I sort of understand what the racing will do, but why are these symbols showing up? Like what makes these special? So let me right click on the race, and I'm going to open, one of the options is open top list. So again, all of this is in the guide, all right, in the TI stock racing section. So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this top list window, notice there's an option that says launch the real-time stock race. And here's how you would do it. Now this is my top list window with the parameters that I like to see. So if I right click on it, configure, and click on that summary, this is what I want to see. Stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume is 200,000 shares, and the stock has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, okay? So any stock meeting all those requirements will be in this list of stocks, and there's a whole list of them, okay? Now, before we had racing, a common question might have been, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, if you have that as a column header, and I do, C percent, change from the close of yesterday. So if I double left click, and I can click, double left click on this, I can sort then. So I can see that HROW is up 48%, apps is up 46%, etc., all the way down. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade today, the change from the open, double left click, EBS up 30%, apps 24%, etc. That's how people would use a top list. Show me the stocks that are this. If I wanted to see that were down the most, I could create something like that also. So that's all well and good, but what the race does is this. What if I scroll down this list? What if take Lucid, okay? What if Lucid, which is only up, it's up 5.7% from yesterday's close, okay? But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, Lucid just started to move up? Instead of being up 5.8%, it's now 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%, 15%, etc. Moving up for some reason. Maybe some news hit, or some fund said, we're going to take it right now. We want to buy. Some group somewhere said, let's all pile into Lucid. Well, how would you ever know that? I mean, it'd be impossible. I mean, it's a huge list of stocks, because one of the stocks that could have been one of the ones right at the very, very bottom, just absolutely moving. And that's what the race does. The race takes care of that for you. The race will show you, since the race started, the stocks that have moved the most since the race started. Okay? And this race here, this is a more active. You'll see some, you can see some pretty huge percentage moves. This is not huge or anything, but sometimes you'll see some, 10, 20, 30% moves in this particular race. because I don't have a market cap restriction. So you can see some real low float, low market cap stocks that are just, for whatever reason, just starting to rip. Okay. These two races, the large cap gainers, is pretty good actually, 1.38%. That's pretty good. The difference between this, the large cap gainers, and the large cap losers, compared to this center one here, is that I added a filter, a couple of filters. So I look at this top list window. So if I right click on it and click on the configure summary. So I upped the actual volume too, but this is the big one. I added a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum 50 million in the float. So that's why typically you will not see stocks that have huge percentage moves here. But that's okay. I mean, it doesn't mean that they're not good to trade. It just means that compared to these ones, they're just less volatile. And if you're starting out trading, you might want to concentrate in something like this, because look, another top 10 list is built for you based on the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So there's the VSAT. Now the VSAT might be setting up again, guys. And there's the KVYO. Now this is interesting to me. Watching this little transition here, guys. I'm going to go over the go, no go charts. The go, no go charts, I'm going to go over them. Give me a moment here. And here are the large cap losers. These are the ones, just sort of the flip of this one. Here are the large cap gainers. These are the large cap losers. So there's the frog, number one. Now, I'd click on this because, a lot of stocks might move down with the market. And if the market, now, not that the market bounced today, the market has just been basically straight up all day. But, what if the market was doing this and then it started to move? Some of these large cap losers can start to bounce. So it's a good question from our YouTube room about the relative volume. Torty asking, why does the relative volume in a stock seem to go down sometimes? So, for instance, using this one as an example, the KVYO. That's because at the beginning of the day, look at the volume. Now, this one doesn't trade that, it obviously doesn't. Remember now, what the relative volume does, it's time of day sensitive. So right at the open at 9:30, it doesn't normally do this. Okay, remember, it's looking back in a very general sense, the average volume up to a time of day over the last 30 days. So normally, KVYO doesn't have something like this happen right off the bat. Okay, so that's why it would have a massive relative volume. But as the volume dwindles over the course of the day, it'll come down. That relative volume will come down. The only way this could be sustained is if the volume kept like this all day long. Does that make sense? Like the original relative volume that you're seeing. That's why the relative volume can be really skewed at the beginning of the day of a stock that doesn't trade very much, and all of a sudden it just explodes right on the open. So, Torty, does that make sense? I mean, it's still a high relative volume, 16 times normal. Okay, I just need an answer from you, Torty, that it makes sense. Oh yeah, relative volume. That's the power of the relative volume filter. It is time sensitive. Okay, it looks at the average volume at a specific time over the last 30 days. There's a little more to the formula than that, okay? But without getting totally into it. All right, guys. So, okay, I was watching this one. I was almost going to take this one. Let me take a look at it on a 5-minute chart to see what the difference would be. Yeah, you see, there's no blue. I'm going to go. Let me go over these go no go charts. Okay. Now, first of all, if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, this is what you can do. Click on New, and then click on Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. Okay. And where it says Go No Go Charts, click on that, and you should get a pop up like this. And this tells you, explains what the Go No Go charts are all about. Okay. There's 2 videos. You can launch that one and launch this one. So it'll give you an idea about what the Go No Go charts are all about. You can also scroll down. It's going to tell you here. Okay. And the Go No Go charts, this is an add-on. Okay. This is not part of the standard or the premium service. It's a $50 a month add-on. And because this is not our technology, we have to license it from the people who created Go No Go. But we've also created scans, okay, based on the Go No Go charts. So you can see these are all scans. These are daily scans. These are for more swing trading. We do have intraday scans that have been created. You click on Market Explorer, New Market Explorer. This is the box that'll pop up. You can right click, select the strategy. That box pops up. Scroll down to the Go No Go. Another box pops up. And these are the intraday scans that have been created. Now, I'm not using them. I'm using my own scans, but it's completely up to you. So before you would take out a subscription, if it it has to make sense to you to do it. It's only month to month. You can always try it for a month. If you don't like it, you can get 15% off using the Berry 15. But before you do anything, watch the videos and just see if it makes sense to you about the color transitions and all that. Okay. So where did I find it? So this is in your top list window when you create so I'm talking to David in our YouTube room. You have to create it. When you create your top list window and then click on configure and then columns. You see, these are you can add any filter you can add as a column. Okay, these are a whole list of filters we've got. I can click on the more and you would see every single filter that we've got. And so if you want to be able to sort on, say, the change from the open, or the change from the close, you have to make sure it is a column. Okay. But it's right here, open percent. That is the change from the open. Now, understand, when we call the biggest gainers from the open, we're not talking about from the opening print. We're talking, I thought I had this renamed, but somehow it reverted because it should be the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay. But again, as long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So I might say, well, what stocks have the highest relative volume right now? Apps, 86 times normal. Still, Indo, 28 times normal. So you can sort on any column as long as you have the column header. Yeah, you see, it's funny, John, because on my screen, the mouse is huge. And I used to have a big, and it seemed to slow down my system or do something crazy. So that's why, I mean, on my screen, my mouse is huge. And I guess it's just not, and it also might depend on your computer. I mean, I mean, I know how to increase it, but I'm a little reluctant to do it because it seemed to really degrade my system for some reason. I mean, I can try again. I do know how to do it. But it's funny that you don't see the same huge. I have a huge pointer on my screen, and unfortunately, it doesn't translate to your screen and maybe others too. Well, that's is that the same for everybody? Not seeing my pointer. Most of the time, it's not so much you. You know, all the pointer does for me is I just point at it. But you know, you can see this is what I'm talking about. Of course, you know, you can see the symbol I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just not sure what I can do. I mean, I know what I can do, but you know, I have a on my screen. This is a giant pointer. It's interesting that you guys can't really see. Some of you, anyway, can't see a pointer. Pepe, how about you? I'll use you as the my barometer. So you see it. Pepe sees it, and some of you don't see it. So must be maybe an adjustment on your end. Oliver sees it. Well, okay. Let me give me a moment, guys. My screen, it's big. Okay, and my screen, the pointer is very big. It's not huge, but it's not. But it's certainly, you know. I mean, I have no problem seeing it. Obvious. It's big on my screen. Yeah, I'll move it around. I'm in the apps on the daily chart. Now I'll move it to the weekly chart. I'm circling it. I'm circling the symbol now on the 3 minute chart. How about now, guys? I'll increase it a little bit more. This is about as big as I can go. How about now? If you don't see anything now, I mean that's about as big as I can go without being incredibly. So you see, okay. So okay, well, this is not too disrupting to me. Okay. How about the color? I mean, yellow. I've got yellow. I can pick all sorts of different colors. Yeah. Well, I'll leave it like this for a while, okay? But it's a little disrupting to me, but that's okay. Maybe I can get a happy medium. Actually, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Okay, yellow's good. Okay, yellow it is, especially against this black screen here. Okay, guys, let's. What's happening now? Well, I missed the boat on the CELH. I think the CELH was a wonderful bounce. Yeah, I missed it right here, man. All right, I'll one more time. I will decrease it a little bit, and I'll let you guys tell me. Okay, how's that? That's probably almost like it was before, though. But just give me a moment. How's this? Still good? Okay, I think I'll leave it like this. It's okay, because this even on my screen that was just a little too big. Okay, I'll just move it back just a little bit. Okay, good. I don't think it took. Okay, let's get back to taking a look now. So the go no go. So again, I explained what the go no go is all about. I've adopted the go no go charts for all my time frames, and I even have on my thumbnail charts. I've got go no go on all my thumbnail charts. So I'm really I want to give this a huge look. I've only been doing it for a couple of weeks. I'm still trying to figure out the time frame, the best time frame to use. I have 3 minutes right here. And the market, man, oh man, I mean this looked like it might be over for today, but no, I mean this market is still very strong today. I'm not talking about overall. I still have my doubts that this is going to hold, but whatever. Again, I'm lost now trying to interpret what the job numbers mean anymore. But whatever the numbers that came out at 8:30, that caused the market to pop, and it really hasn't dropped since then. This is pretty interesting, guys. So this is a pretty active scanner. But look at this. The last one that met all the filter requirements and made a new low for the day was at 10:36. I mean, we're 20 minutes ago. All right, let's take a look at some of the big gainers, large cap gainers, and see if there's the FLNC. Hood. Let's see what happened to Hood. Now Hood, wow, what a man, oh man. This is an earnings play, guys. So this popped with the market. This is at 8:30. Okay, remember the SPY right here at 8:30 right there, 8:30 right there, 8:30 right here. Hood pop with the market, earnings play, but then reality set in because this is an earnings play. Dip buyer, are you in the room today? I have not been able to follow this, but we were talking about yesterday, these bounces and stocks that are down, the bounce right there, opportunity to take that trade right here for a hood at around 17. Yep. Trevor, yep, you can use Barry 15, okay? And you'll get 15% off the first month only, okay? Trevor's asking about subscribing to the Go No Go charts. You can use my promo code for the first month. So speaking of that, then take a look at Lumen, Lumn. It's funny, Dip Buyer. It's the first thing I did. First thing I did was to make the make these lines thicker. So again, guys, if in case you have the Go No Go charts and you want to have thicker lines rather than the very thin lines that is the default, all you have to do is this: right click, select chart style and line width. Okay. So I think the default is way down, like, I don't like that. So I wanted thicker lines. So now it's up to you, of course, but I moved it all the way over and now I get the lines that are thicker. Do you have the thickness on the second selection of the 1 to 4? See what you mean by that. So what are you talking about exactly? What do you mean by the second selection? Are you talking about here? No, you're not talking about here. You you're not talking about the comparisons. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, just don't know what you're talking about when you say all the way to the right is step 4. Yeah, sorry, I just don't know what you're talking about when you say all to the right is step 4. Okay, under chart style. Okay. So chart style. Okay, now what? Line width. Okay, yes. You can only select 4 different sides. I see. I see. I didn't even know that. I thought it was I didn't even I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. I guess not. I mean, I just assumed it was a slider as opposed to having to actually pick one of these four. I thought it was like a typical slider in which it would actually adjust completely as you're getting. But I see what you mean. So there are only four selections. So oh, I see. Use yeah. For me, I like it. I like it as thick as possible. Now I see what you mean. So it's obviously it's up to the user. This is interesting to me here, guys. This lumen right here on a potential bounce using boy 531. Uh, I would say, yeah, obviously that would make a difference too. I mean, I have large charts here, so I don't mind the thickness. You're right. If I had, but even in my thumbnail charts, I don't know if this is big or, I mean, I don't mind this. But again, it's up to you. All right, guys, I'm going to try this one. I'm trying this one on, this is sort of a, this is not in any documentation using the go, no go, but what we were finding is that these can be maybe used for bounce plays. You know, the transition from the deep purple to the pink. We found a lot of those. Well, not a lot, but Sava, I think, was one yesterday. So I'm going to try this one and see if we get, because this one, of course, has been super, super active. And let's see. I'm going to see if this one has any sort of a run in it. Okay. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. My cat is pawing me wanting food. So just give me a moment. Now that'll get me out. You know, the 520 will probably get me out of the trade. All right, guys. I am, boy, look at this. There's some stocks that are just kind of drifting up, except my stock here. Come on, drift up. Now the thing is, the actual buy should have been down here around 513. You know, so I was probably a little too late. but we'll see. Again, I'm not going crazy on it because this is, sort of testing this idea. Okay, guys, 11:07. So in about an hour, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez should be taking over. I'm just going to confirm that with him. Okay, guys, for me, the moment of truth for the Lumen. Okay, I'm out of it. Stupid idea. I'll take a look at it again if it gets back up into the 530s. Nice transition right here, color transition on the FLNC right here. So again, the idea is just very generally, orange means don't take the trade at all. We don't see an advantage one way or the other, either short or long. Light green or the aqua means, okay, maybe we're getting ready. There's a mild trend on the way up. And then if it turns to dark blue, to the blue, then it's a stronger trend. And that is, in theory, where you can try to take the trade. Now, are they all going to work? Of course not. Boy, this is looking interesting again, guys. The VSAT. This one I traded, early. Well, early for me. It wasn't that early, but a little bit before 10:45. Traded it again. Now it's looking interesting again. What does Airbnb look like? Transition would have been right here. So what we're also finding is that sometimes if it doesn't even have that intermediate step, okay, between, so there's the orange, don't trade, don't trade, don't trade. It didn't even go to the aqua. It went right to the blue, which to me is very bullish. So 114.51 would have been an approximate entry, getting up to 116. That's what, had I seen this, that's what it would have shown me. Yeah, I think I'm finding that if it transitions from the orange, which again, don't trade it directly, and it could be on the way down though, of course, So if a stock I'm looking to short and it's moving down and it's orange and then it goes right to the deep purple, that to me is very, very bullish, or very short or long on the bullish side. That makes sense on the transition immediately. Are you finding the same thing, Dip Buyer, or have you noticed? Now, this would be telling you to get out, or certainly be cautious, okay? Because now it's making because now it's making the transition from the light blue to the aqua. So stay in the trade, stay in the trade, stay in the trade, stay in the trade. And now you start to say, oh, okay, maybe I should take some off. And again, guys, I have to reiterate, nothing is foolproof. This is not 100%. It's just an idea, okay? ACVA, this is an earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market. That's because it really didn't trade in the pre-market. ACVA, though, this is been basically straight up all day. But is this shortable for me? Yeah, a lot of short shares available, 4 million at Interactive Brokers because it is coming into a potential resistance area, $18 on the weekly chart. Whoa, Pepe, okay. Okay, you lost power. Are you in that kind of that hurricane area that I read about? Yeah, okay. I know you're in Carolina, in the one of the North Carolina, I think, right? I can't imagine living in an area like that every single year. Every single year, you know you're going to have hurricanes, and it's just how bad. Well, guys, that's why we have a stop. Okay, you know, I could have got very stubborn about the lumen, thinking, it'll come back somehow, but that's why we have a stop. Now, the SPY is also taking its first ever since 9:45. We haven't had. We're starting to get a bit of a bigger candle here now on the way down. Wow, I did. There were 11 million shares available to short for Lumen at Interactive Brokers. Hmm. Which makes sense with that float. All right, here's eFresh. Now here's a. What if this turned blue immediately? Now this is what's actually up now. It's not an earnings play. What if this turned blue immediately? Hey guys, I'm just taking a look at some of these earnings plays. MFC earnings play right up it's been straight up most of the day. The next high in the weekly chart, 26.74. So it's got room, a couple of dollars. Big float. I didn't. Oh, Manulife. Well, that's where we have Manulife. Okay, the Canadian company. Now, some of these like GM, they're probably going to follow the market fairly closely, though it didn't take the dip the market did. And that's not a big dip. I mean, it's only 527, 526, so it's not a huge dip or anything. But look at GM. Boy, GM had earnings on the 23rd. So back here, trying to come back here a bit over the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys. Yeah, confirmation that Steve will be taking over for me in about 40 minutes in our YouTube room while I take my break. Well, guys, you can see that if Rivian can somehow get above 1520, yeah, wow. Yeah, you can see if Rivian can somehow get above 1520, which is very close to what it is now, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, those are sort of the highs, takes that out because then the next high in the daily chart is around 1650. So that is that's something to be aware of. I'm going to stick an alert around 1520 and see if it does take it out. And that's for the RIVN. Yeah, I doubt if, I mean, it sounds like a good idea, Corey. I doubt if that'll ever happen just because the complexity of doing what you're trying to do. Top lists, of course, are available to everybody. So it would be, I mean, I don't know. I don't see it happening, but yeah, you can make it. There's going to be, I think the advancements with the go no go will be more around the scans. So you'll be able to just use the Market Explorer and use the scans that are generated. I still probably will just use my scans. I mean, ideally, boy, Sezzle, wow. I remember this one. This is a crazy one. Yeah, I remember this one now. This is a crazy one with a horrible float, a crazy low float. 2.9 million for a $100 stock is insane. Also, The spread was always pretty tough, though. Well, there's a $2 spread right now, 97.99. Ideally, though, I have no idea if it's going to be if we're going to be able to do it. Ideally, is getting a real-time alert on the actual like a color transition of your choice. So, Dave, I'm assuming you meant it is not very clear. Are you making sure that you're using 1080p, like a high definition in YouTube? That's that. I can't do anything on my end. I'm talking to Dave in our YouTube room. One of the selections for you is high definition, which is what I'm doing. So you already have it high definition, HD, on your end. Nothing I can do. Sorry. I know some have said that in the past, but there's nothing on my end that I can really do. Yeah, there's nothing I can do then. You're in 1040 high definition right now. Nothing I can do on my end really. Sorry. I'm running a 34-inch monitor with the specs for it, so that I can see it clearly. I've got 3 of them, so not much I can do on my end, unfortunately. Yeah, look at the MGAL. I haven't seen this one for a while now. I mean, we had these wild weeks, got up to 18, and then another week it got up to 1750 or so, fell all the way back down. I can't even remember what they do. This is what do they do? So lifestyle brands, okay, Americana, Liberty, okay. Anyway, there's some news. I don't know if there's some news coming in on this one, but interesting. I can't even get it to switch to MGAL. Just give me a moment. I don't know if my news reader is. This is in Interactive Brokers. Okay, there we go. So I don't know if there's any news that's hitting on this one. I don't see any news, but something is happening. Obviously, some volume coming in. Yeah, we've got 805,000. So we're in the ballpark draw, 810,000, 805,000 in the float. That's kind of the news. So I sort of joke around about that, but somewhere maybe some group has decided, let's take a look at a low float stock. Let's pick this one and pump it. Okay, so I see that Lumen is coming back, but let's take a look at it again one more time. LUMN. If we get that little pink Maybe I'll try it one more time. Only because, of course, a couple of days ago, it did get up to 8. And in the pre-market, I think that day, I believe it got up to like 9 something. So there is that. It's had some news and stuff with Microsoft and all. Oh, you didn't see the one that I was talking about, Dip Buyer. Can't remember what it was. I've seen them. I've seen it though. I jumped right to. I can't remember which one it was. Hmm. Okay, Pepe. Well, hopefully you get your power back soon, sooner than later. I don't think it happens that often, Dip Buyer, but I've seen it a few times. All right, guys. Now here's the Rivian. Now the Rivian is at a really critical area here. That 520. I'm not saying to pile into the trade right now, but that 520 right here. So that's kind of today's high, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Takes that out in any sort of authority, and you've got 1645. No kidding, more. So your transition was around 287. If you'd seen it back here, for the MGOL. I wonder if there are any shorts available. I'm almost sure there aren't going to be any at Interactive Brokers, but just in case for the MGOL, yeah, no shorts available. Again, this is coming into a 200-day moving average. Well, it's so far enough away, 433, but what a move. I don't see any news. Still don't see any news. Wish I could find that one that went from orange to blue immediately. Can't remember what stock it was. So this actually has turned out to be, on a percentage basis, as we speak, the best trade from our AI today, as we speak. Now the VSAT was awesome early, is pulled back, still looking interesting, maybe for a late day run. But look at root. We had 46.20 on the short alert. There's a $4 drop. All right, Novavax is right back up again. I'm intrigued with this one. I mean, this this has just sort of been, look at a 3-minute chart. It's just been kind of relatively steady. The next high looking left is around 12. So it's an earnings play. You got hammered down on earnings, but it's had a great recovery all day. I mean, it's actually gone positive. I mean, this was quite negative at the beginning, 860. So it has had a nice recovery. So what I was saying yesterday is what I would probably, well, I am doing it. It's just that I cannot, unfortunately, spend all my time staring at these charts. But what I would do is maybe create some thumbnail charts of stocks that you want to follow over the course of the day. They could be the wild ones today, or maybe something else that you like. Put them in a thumbnail chart, and then transfer them all to a go no go chart, and then just follow those stocks, and look for the transitions, the color transitions. Now, if you're wondering how do you create a thumbnail chart with the go no go charts, all you have to do is this: click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on the go no go charts. Now, remember, if you subscribe to this and you're wondering, well, how come I'm only seeing this even when I click on an alert? First of all, you have to click on an alert in here, and then that'll turn it into the go no go charts. Okay. Now, if it doesn't, then you have to be on the latest beta. Just be on the latest beta. But what you can do is take this chart, because you don't have to stay in the channel just to use the go no go chart. If I right click and duplicate it into a free floating window, what happens is it becomes a free floating window. So if I right click, duplicate it into a free floating window, popped up on my other monitor. Now it's free floating. Now, I can use this with any alert I've got. I just clicked on AHG. Okay, it's turning. Okay, and of course you can change your time frame. Just treat it like any other chart. So then that means you could duplicate your chart and turn them all into go no go charts, and then put the symbols in that you want to follow all day long. Now, again, it may not be for everybody. Okay, I'm not trying to force it, but I am really enjoying it. The AI did not alert MGOL draw. It's not an AI alert today. I love questions. Okay, Mindy. Yeah, questions are great. I should have mentioned this at the beginning. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. It's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So don't be shy. You can always ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know, but I'll do my best to answer any question. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to. And that's a question I can't answer, Mindy. I think that's a Windows deal, right? If Pepe is in the room still, I know he's in YouTube. I think there's something within Windows you can do, but I don't know. Again, I think that's more of a Microsoft deal. It's nothing within Trade Ideas that, there's a magic switch. Mindy's question, maybe somebody in the main room knows, but using one monitor, how can I easily switch between DAS Trader Pro in full screen and Trade Ideas in full screen and see all my windows in TI immediately? I don't think so at all. I don't think it has anything to do with having docked windows or free floating windows. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because whether you have free floating windows or dock windows, show all shows all, right? I know what you're talking about, the show all, but what you want to be able to do is not have to click that, just have some kind of a tab to go back and forth. I think that's more of a Windows function. It's nothing within Trade Ideas that I'm aware of. Okay, so Pepe is saying you can try Alt-Tab to toggle to the app you want. Alt-Tab. Thank you, Pepe. As always. I was going to be a little flip with you. Get another monitor. Then you won't have that problem. I actually can't imagine trading on one monitor, but I guess it's possible. Actually, I suppose I could, because one of my monitors is really tied up with the two trading rooms. Not the whole thing, but there we go. Apps. Okay, I think it was apps. I think that was the one I saw. No, it wasn't apps. Okay, so Mindy, the Go No Go chart is added. Now you are a subscriber, right? You are a subscriber to the Go No Go Go No Go. You are a subscriber. Before I demonstrate what you can do, okay. So let me just get the. Okay, let me just get to the dock channel bar. And this is for anybody, okay? Anybody who's got a subscription now to Go No Go. And when you go to your Go No Go channel, yeah, this is what you're going to see. Not the Go. If now you've got to check, click on any alert that you see in these scans, okay? Any one of them, doesn't matter which one. Now, it should change to the Go No Go channel or to a Go No Go chart. If it doesn't, if it still remains like a typical chart, then you have to have her download the latest beta that we've got, okay? But if you do click on an alert in any one of these scans, it should change. And again, if it doesn't, then you have to download the latest beta, okay? So that's number one. Number two, so first of all, Mindy, did that work? When you clicked on an alert, did it turn into the Go No Go charts? Oh, okay, good. So that works. So that means you must be on the latest beta. So that works. Now, the next step is to take this chart outside, okay? Take it outside of the channel. All you have to do is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, so right click on the chart, duplicate into free floating window. When you do that, presto, free floating window. Now you can incorporate this as part of your layout. You can keep duplicating this window, depending on how many different charts you want. And of course, you can change the time frame. If you don't want all this information up here, like I don't, you can do this, but it's up to you. Okay. Depends on the size of your chart. Okay. So did you understand how to do that? Just duplicate it into a free floating window. And now you've got it free floating. Now, when you click on an alert outside of the channel, it'll change. Okay. It just is, John. I can't tell you why. You just have to click on an alert though. One time. You just have to click on an alert if you want to stay in the channel. So every day, if you just want to come in, or periodically when you get into the channel, or you leave the channel, then you want to come back, you just have to click on one of those alerts. Okay. Same for me. I have to, this is what it's going to look like until I click on an alert, then it changes. It's not a big deal, but as long as you know how to do it. Yeah, you can save your entire layout with your own alerts and the go no go chart. Yes. Just like I do. These are all outside of the go no go channel. This is my layout. I save it. If I exit and I come back, I'm going to see my layout, including the go no go charts. Good morning. I have a question. I'm new to your channel. How can I learn to use trade ideas, or how can I understand your chart? Okay, so Mark Joseph Delgado, this is in our YouTube room. What sort of trading experience do you have? Number one is in our YouTube room. What sort of trading experience do you have? Because trade ideas it's called trade ideas because it can generate ideas, okay, based on your parameters. But you still have to understand when you get an alert, like what is the chart telling you? And if you don't understand that, then I can show you. I can give you a series of videos that you can take a look at that can get you started to understand, how to read charts and all that. But I really have to understand what is your trading experience. And the other thing is, if you have any trading experience at all, then the first thing I would do, and you're a new Trade Ideas subscriber, then the first thing I would do, if you haven't done it already, and before I keep talking, can you hear me, Mark? Talking to Mark in our YouTube room. Before I keep going. So maybe Mark cannot hear me. If you can't, well, I'm going to have to type it in again, I guess. Yeah, that was out of nowhere, really, this HROW, because when's the last time you saw this one? Okay, really. But earnings play today, and just been an awesome. I'm not in it, unfortunately, but we talked about this in the pre-market. This is an all-time high. Boy, this Novavax is just hanging around that 1140 mark. NVAX. So you can see on a transition right there, right around here, 1068, transition from the aqua to the blue. All right, guys, another 12 minutes. So, Mark, I guess you can't hear me. I'm talking to you in the YouTube room. I guess you cannot hear me. Wow, look at the MGOL now. Yeah, so it broke above 4 now, coming into the 200-day moving average. Very, very close. 433 is the 200-day moving average. Takes that out. The next high would be 460. Not saying it's going to get there. You're a swing trader. Okay, so yeah, everything you're seeing on my screen is quite designed for intraday trading. Okay, but so if are you new to trade ideas? So you have because we do have a couple of swing trading channels. Okay, if you click on, I'm assuming you are a subscriber then. If you click on new from our toolbar, okay. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Dock channel bar. And hopefully you can see my screen here. I'm going to click on show more. Okay. And we have two. TI Trader I. These are swing ideas here. And then we do have a swing picks here. So we do have two channels that are sort of devoted to swing trading. You can take a look at those. Okay. So again, click on new from our toolbar. I'm assuming are using our web-based version or the downloadable application. Hopefully you're using the downloadable application, and you'll know that if you have a toolbar that looks like this with file, new, tools, Windows, help, etc. And then you're because the downloadable application is it's easier to navigate. It's a little more. Oh, good. Okay, so just click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then scroll down a bit until it says show more. I'm sorry, show more. And then you'll see a couple. Swing picks and also TI Trader I. Those are two devoted to swing trading. Okay. Now, as far as learning day trading, look at this MGOL. What a pop! Well, I mean, learning day trading versus swing trading. I mean, the same principles in theory. You always have to have a stop. But it depends on, you have to develop like your own style of day trading. Like, do you want to become, and you won't know this until you practice. Do you want to become a momentum trader? Do you want to become somebody who likes to see stocks that have pulled back to a moving average? The VWAP, things like that. You have to practice, like, just the same as, I don't know what sort of experience you have as a swing trader, but for instance, this scan right there, this momentum scan, I mean, it's designed to find stocks that are really moving. Now, if you're just used to swing trading, that could be a little too volatile for you. It's hard. It's really hard to know. It depends on your mental and your discipline, creating stops, putting a stop in place, just like when you're swing trading. I mean, I hope when you're swing trading, you also have a stop. Obviously, not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. At least that's how I trade. So even if you're looking at a weekly or a daily, I mean, notice I do have a weekly and a daily. Okay, I do have a weekly and a daily, even though I'm an intraday trader. The reason I do that is that because if I get into, even if it's a day trade, I want to know, okay, if I get into this trade, where could it keep going until it hits the next high on a daily chart? If I can't see that next high on a daily chart, then I look on the weekly chart, okay? And because most of the things that I see are near the high of the day, so I don't have to worry about today's high blocking me from going higher, but yesterday or previous days could block me, so that's why I'm always looking left, to see where is that next high. And if it's far enough away from me, then I can take the trade. If it's not, if for instance, I'll just use this as an example. This stock right here. I mean, first of all, it's too much of a chase, but if the stock right here is at 436 and I look left and the next high was at 450, well, 436 to 450 is not enough room. But if I looked left and the next high was say 5 or 550, then there's enough room for me to consider the trade. Okay, because excuse me. Again, I don't know how you swing trade. I don't know if you use risk reward and all that, but the way I do it, I mean, if I get into a trade, the very first thing I'm thinking about is, okay, if it doesn't work, where am I getting out? I have to preserve my account. I don't want to have my account blow up just by taking a trade and hoping and praying it's going to go up. So if I take a trade, the first thing I do, if it meets all my requirements, number one, has to be a minute. And again, this is just for me. Okay, Mark. I mean, I have my own set of requirements. Yours could be very different. So, but if it's a minimum, I have to have a minimum volume. I like a certain price range, a relative volume that I like. In other words, it has to be trading abnormally. The first thing about day trading, though, is finding stocks that are trading abnormally. That's what we're really good at. I mean, look at the relative volume here, for instance, for MGOL, 8.3. What does that mean? That means it's trading 8.3 times normal of what it would normally trade up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. So, I mean, that is really trading abnormally. As opposed to if that number said 1, well, that's just trading normally. If it's less than 1, it's not trading abnormally. So I'm only going to look at stocks that are trading abnormally. Most of my scans will have a minimum relative volume of 3, as an example. Okay, that's how I trade. I don't want to, because if I'm going to day trade the stock, I'm not going to get into something that's just trading normally. It has to be trading abnormally, and that's one filter, very very powerful filter that we have that can zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. So getting back to a little bit of the money management, though. So if I get into it, if I get an alert. Well, the first thing I do is say, okay, if I took this trade right now, where am I going to get out? Let's say it was going to be 10 cents away, because I look at a chart and I see maybe some support 10 cents away. And so if it broke down that level, I want to be out of the trade. So that's the first thing I look at. Where am I getting out of this trade if it doesn't work? Once I determine that, then I look left to say, okay, where could it go before it hits the next high on the daily chart or the weekly chart? And if that is at least 20 cents away, then it becomes maybe a viable trade. Why 20? Because I don't mind risking 10 cents to maybe make 20 cents. But if the next high was 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents. So that's my thought process in every trade I take. Now, of course, if the next high was 50 or 60 or 70 cents away, even better. If I'm going to risk 10 cents, then it has even a bigger shot. So it's all about risk management, really. Now we have a simulator that you can practice trading. It's part of our standard service. And it's called Brokers Plus. You can practice trading in this simulator because you have to develop a trading like a plan. How I trade, it was not necessarily going to be how you want to trade. A lot of people hate the idea of taking stocks near the high of the day. They'd much rather wait for a pullback to a certain level. Now, you ask what time frame, that has to be up to you eventually, okay? I'm only using, I don't want to get too complicated here, but I'm using these 3-minute charts because of this go, no go chart that I'm using, which has color transitions. before, if you had been in this room 2 weeks ago, I'd be using just a 15-minute chart. But you have to, I can't tell you that it's a 3-minute chart you should use, a 5-minute chart, a 15. You really have to get comfortable with a time frame. So there's a lot to it. Now, Steve will be in our YouTube room, but he's more of a swing trader. He's going to be taking over for me in about 3 minutes. He may have a different take on it, but he is more of a swing trader also. He's not as much a day trader. So having said that, I'm going to have to put my announcement in that I'll be on a break. Now, I'm sharing all my scans also, Mark, okay? I am sharing all my scans, and they're all basically, I will call them, well, they're intraday scans for sure. I'm not a swing trader. I'm here between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. every day, okay? Except this period between 12 and 1 where I do take a break, but one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, okay? So there will be another trader taking over for me. And his name is Steve, and he is, we all have different styles, and you can ask him about what his thoughts about. He's not a big day trader, though. Just give me a moment. I just have to put the YouTube link in our main room. Okay, guys, so it is now 11:59, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the other room. So here is the link to get into our YouTube room while I take my break. I heard a little pop, so I think Steve is there. Okay, guys, so I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We will see you guys in about an hour at 1 p.m. And one moment, Steve, as I silence my music. All right, now I can hear you. Welcome. I think you are in the room, right? I'm not talking to myself. Okay, good.
No, you're not talking to yourself.
Okay. So, how are you today?
I'm pulled in 9 different directions.
Now this is the 10th.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like those lab chimps, where they just sit there and something lights up and they push a button and then another lights up and they push that button and they get fed. That's kind of what I feel like today. There's so many different things I'm working on, just so many notifications. I can't stand notifications. I got to clear them out. There's nothing worse than having like 6 open notifications. I hate that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like you, and I guess it's just a matter of hopefully you can prioritize them, to get the.
Yeah.
But who knows? Sometimes it's hard, you just get on that first one and you get tied up and you forget about the other ones. But anyway, I just want to ask you about Go No Go. Are you using the Go No Go charts?
I am not, and I'm happy to explain why. I'm happy to look at them and try and decipher and help people, but I think they're a wonderful chart for somebody who's just starting to look at charts for the first time. Now, that doesn't include you, Barry, because I know you like them.
I love them.
You're enjoying the confirmation aspect of them, which is great. For me, I'm going old school dogmatic. I still like my candles and what I've always used. So it's just a preference thing, as we know traders all have their own preference.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting you say about the candles because when I knew we were going to have Go No Go, I decided to change from candlesticks to the OHLC and open, high, low, and close bars. And so I was using them for a couple of weeks before we even had Go No Go, and I actually really like them a lot better. I will not go back to candlestick charts.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them.
I like the look of it.
They can be very clean in the respect that those wicks sometimes in a candle can start to clutter up and the bodies. And if you're not used to what you're looking for, I kind of like that stuff. But when I first started trading, literally in the 90s, early 90s, the commodity stuff, I was using high-low candles.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't start trading candles until I got into the direct access thing when I met Dan and Brad at the trading floor. Everybody else was using candles, and they're like, "You got to read this book." And I'm like, "Well, I better do what everybody else is doing." So, yep.
Okay. Well, I'll let you go. I'll try to show up at about 5:02 to so you can get ready for whatever happening for you at 1 o'clock. So
perfect.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Steve, again for spelling me.
See ya.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, everybody. I will monitor the chat window as usual. Anybody who showed up today at the request of our support team, or you were told to come for a specific visual or a solution, let me know, because you guys are the ones that take the priority in this hour. Otherwise, I'll just start rambling, and I'll do that right now. Yesterday, we had kind of an ugly close in a lot of the indices. That big red candle in the NASDAQ was all this yesterday, and then big puke at the close. Same with the SPY. It didn't take much, and that's not lost on me. It did not take much to gap and turn this market around in terms of the employment numbers this morning. Apparently, that can do that. So I'll let you guys in on a little secret. I was short. I'm still short half of the things, but I got out of my 401k shorts. It was Tesla and Apple. I didn't like it, but I'm going to show you. I went home short IWM in my other account yesterday, and the inverse of that is what I took. It's TZA. Okay, you see it's bleeding lower. This is a triple inverse. I got in yesterday. It's probably flat right about now at this point. This is where I got in yesterday. So I thought I really went for the jugular, and I added at the close, thinking we were going to follow through and some weakness in the markets. And what do you know? Those silly numbers this morning at 5:30 a.m. Pacific gapped the market up, which gapped my TZA down. So what I've done here is I've just drawn a line in the sand, literally drawn a blue line on my charts. This blue line, everybody, is my hard stop. I know I've told you guys, you heard me say I'm busy as hell today. I don't have time to focus on a lot of this. So I'm essentially just looking at what am I willing to give my downside on this attempt that I made to swing the bat for the fence last night, going for more follow through to the downside of the market. That's the first one, TZA. The second one was the financials, XLF. You can see here yesterday we bumped up right into this. I mean, look at this. I thought this was a beautiful entry, you guys. Beautiful entry right up here. I waited for the bounce all the way into my favorite 130 5-day moving average, and got myself a good entry. Enjoyed all day of profits, and then added at the close. Added, thinking we were going to boom and I could start fading out and making some money on the short side in the financials. Well, we didn't get that. What we got is the opposite, and I have to deal with what I've been given. So gap up. I thought, okay, maybe they'll fade the gap and sell it off. Nope, they didn't, and they blew it through. They've been going sideways for an hour. And so this is where I said, I don't think I'm right anymore. I'm just going to go ahead and put a stop in so I can focus on doing this 1 hour and just let the chips fall where they may. So that is in FAZ. And there's my blue line. So I'm still short this market, guys, but it's not working for me. And, I took a shot. I'd probably do that every single, there's something I wouldn't do differently that I did yesterday. I thought I had a good entry. So it's a good lesson here on how to manage when things don't go your way. And you can see there's my blue line, pretty much close to lows. It'd be a small loser in that one because I was in early yesterday. And TZA also was in, I'm flat about now. So that blue line would be a bit of a loss for me. So basically playing with the house's money here, try to really double it up and press it up, because sometimes that's what you have to do as a good trader. It's nothing really different than a poker player or 21 player or a craps player. You press it up when the odds are in your favor. And when things are not in your favor and they're not quite there, you pull back and you sit. Jesse Livermore, one of the greatest traders 100 years ago, said it wasn't really the trading that made him a lot of money. It was his sitting, meaning a penny saved was a penny earned, not going after forced trades in a choppy, volatile market where he couldn't really see the direction. So I thought I saw the direction yesterday, but I'm happy to share with you guys here how I'm managing this, what was once a winner, to come back to a small loser or maybe even a flat. Just blue line here is the last line in the sand, even though this is the it's the IWM we need to look at. Similar line right there. So I expect to see maybe a come up there and test. Maybe by the end of the day, it rolls over. I don't know, but I've decided where I want to put my stops and they're in. And that way I don't have to decide. Because sometimes what will happen to me is I'll just get in the moment and say, screw it. I'm getting tired of this. Just get me out. I'm tired of looking at it. And that's usually 5 minutes later when I kind of wish I had got out in the moment and just let a stop work for me. All right. Steve, what are swing trades are you looking at these days? Okay, so I was just discussing what I'm doing to the short side, which essentially was a swing trade. I was looking for a good day and a half, a 2-day move, but I'm not getting it. I did pick up some DJT here. Donald, the DJT, you can see this daily chart here came down, and this low back in June was tested a couple times here the last few days. And then look at the open. This is always curious to me. I want to show you guys this. This little jam down right there, and then reversal very quickly. That little thing, I consider that to be a test. It's basically the algorithms and the markets driving the price down to a level where if they can break it, they can see if there's any follow through selling to the downside. And oftentimes there isn't. And so this can kind of be a cue or a tell that this is a head fake, kind of a reversal or a counter move before the big move. Now it's doing what I wanted. So I bought some right about here. And then I bought some back. I doubled. So I'm in a full position now. I waited for it to pull back, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the 15-minute candle hold this 10 SMA, and we're close to highs here as we speak. So two things are going on here. It was brought to my attention. Why? What made me think about DJT? Well, I saw the headlines. Trump's going to be doing some hawk last-minute press conference in 1 hour. Don't know what he's going to say, but he's usually got something he wants to say. And the stock kind of tracks. This was the assassination attempt up here, and it's been sold off ever since. So the DJT has a potential to move, and it has a potential to move maybe what's going on in the news and the headlines. So I'm using that as a possible catalyst, and then I'm giving myself a technical reason. Prior low's been tested. Intraday is holding. I'm kind of thinking maybe if I get a good trade going here, the next step is going to be the sellers that try and hit it up here. And if it does, that's a good problem for me to have. Other than that, Punit, I'm not doing a whole lot. And that is because, again, I'm going to go back to why I came in today. There we go. The NASDAQ showing its true colors, and I'm going to get stopped out likely. So I was caught on my heels, right? I was really coming in thinking short today. And I'm actually more in management mode than I am in stalking mode and trying to hunt down some good trades. Other than that DJT, that's really the only one that I've taken. Okay, it's a good question. On average, how many days do the swing trades last? They'll vary on your profit targets. It varies on maybe not so much profit targets, but again, if you haven't heard, I like the visual of surf. I don't surf, but I live in San Diego and all my friends do, and I've watched them. And they just kind of paddle out and they wait for something to materialize. They put themselves into a position and they start paddling. That's their position. And maybe as they're paddling, it takes a while for the wave to develop, but eventually that wave develops and they're riding the momentum. And that's like a movement of a stock, grinding and moving higher quickly. Big green candle. If I can get a daily green candle to pop up, 6, 8, 10% on day one, I'm not so much concerned with my target as I am with just riding the momentum wave. And what I mean by that is the target might be way higher, but maybe I got halfway there on day one. Well, I like to fade out of day two after a solid day one of a big green candle, because if it closes at highs up 8%, you're probably going to have some follow through the next day, either in a gap. And if it gaps, I'll take a half off right off the bat. So I like to take at least half off after a day and a half. Maybe it doesn't gap and it just trades higher. And setting off alerts, new highs, volume. But after about 2 hours in the day, that momentum starts to die out after a full day and a half of running, because people like me in my time frame start taking profits, and that's real. So maybe it's not at my daily target, but I don't always necessarily want to sit through that day and a half pullback. So I'll sell half, maybe 2/3 even, and then I'll keep that remaining chunk for maybe the initial target. So it's kind of a two-pronged answer, Punit. I don't really know how many days I'll sit in a trade as I paddle and wait for the wave to materialize. I might sit for 3 days before it does something. I might get it on day one. But it doesn't really so much come down to the profit target is I want to take a big chunk of my trade off as the momentum is moving. And he's telling me XLF doesn't want to go to high. So this is interesting. Let's talk about this. I showed you a second ago, the NASDAQ's breaking through its 5-day, moving to highs. What's the SPY doing? Breaking through its 5-day, moving to highs. What's the Russell 2000 doing? Ooh, can't quite do it. This is the one I'm short, you guys. So I'm talking relative strength here now. Compared to the S&P and the NASDAQ that I just showed you, the IWM is not above its respective 5-day. And it just kind of reversed. If I start to get this, I might start feeling better about my day in the shorts that I've sat in, but have defined my risk. Let's take a look at what Andy was just showing me, XLF. Well, XLF is above its 5-day, but it didn't just go to highs like the NASDAQ and the Qs did. It actually tried, and then it's back down here in the low end of its range. So maybe there's still a chance for me, to get my short. Again, my stop is probably up here on the actual short, which if you're confused, FAZ is a triple inverse. So it's the same chart, but upside down, and it's going to move 3 times as fast. And there you see my stop, that blue line. That's hard coded. It's sitting at the broker. If it gets hit, sometimes it's just easier to not have to make that decision yourself. And in a calm moment, I said, okay, what am I willing to risk? This little area down here, if it gets down here to lows, it's probably going to test new lows. Just get me out. You mentioned you took IWM. Yes, TZA. Yes, I love trading the inverse indexes. I love getting that triple lever. So you've got FAS for the XLF. You have TZA, which you asked about. Oops. For the Russell 2000. You've got SQQQ for the NASDAQ. And you've got SPXS for the S&P. Those are all triple. So, if the S&P was down 2% on the day, well, this would be down 6%. It would be up 6%, excuse me. So I do like to use those. They're very simple. I like ETFs because they're not really, you're not going to get hammered by individual stock news midday or whatever. So it's just a good trading vehicle to kind of gauge where the sector sentiment is on the day and ride the wave. And if you've got conviction, then you can really jump into those triple levers. And, it's not exactly as much as buying a weekly option. And I know a lot of people buy the options. They're popular, but that's a whole different animal with time decay and expirations. And I just like to get a little extra bang for my buck if I have conviction in the market, which I do still at the moment. Got conviction on IWM. It's just not bouncing with the other. And I'll tell you what, if I see a big red candle just kind of close and drip below, look at how all day long the 10 SMA has held us. But if we get a candle that drips below and closes below, I'm going to start feeling a little better about my TZA trade. So I hope you guys are following along on that. Feel free to ask questions. Let me show you something else. And I know Dan wants me to show this. What is going on here? Well, let me preface this by saying this is obviously on our new MarketScope website being built out, and you see some tags coming in. Position created, position removed. What's going on here? Position created, position removed. Well, what you see in that tree map down there are 3 stocks. The top 3 are simulating trades. The 2 new ones, HRO and GVP, are brand new. They just popped in. They're at a 0 P&L. But this MGOL has been ripping, and it's paying dividends. This money machine, it's called the money machine, and it's up 2,000 simulated dollars today, primarily because of this MGOL. So people are asking all the time, and some of you probably are here, is trade ideas is great, but I don't have a lot of experience trading. I just can trade ideas show me what to trade and when to trade it. Well, we started off as a race car for traders who knew what they wanted, but they had to configure everything themselves. And that's not easy for everybody, especially in this day and age of technology and smartphones and everything else. This is a way of taking our existing technology and repackaging it and repurposing it in a visual context and taking it one step further, saying, what if you were always in the top 3 performers of change from the close here on the day? Well, MGOL certainly has been a great performer. HRO is up $9 now. So we're still working on the logic on this, but you can see, I think, the concept and the value in it, especially for certain people who just want to keep it simple and try and surf the strongest stocks. But as you can see, it's kind of a quick in and out. And so we're continuing to build out the ability to sim trade it and configure it a little bit more. But it's just the beginning iteration, but it's a brand new concept. You're not going to see this anywhere else. And it's only because we're able to take our existing data set and repurpose it in a new visual way. And so this is coming. If you're a premium user, this will be coming soon for kind of a beta period and a test period. And then it'll become its own standalone annual product, I believe. Because there's so many different types of users that TradeEd is. We have people who've been here for 10 years that just don't want to update. They just want to use what they've always used, and they're happy with that. And then you've got the newcomers who are curious, but they don't have the trading experience and they don't know how to configure things themselves. So we have to start, building out the leveraged data that we have to show people, here's the best stuff for the moment. Here's what you want to be focusing on in the moment, and then tie that together with sim trading, and then maybe eventually live trading. Who knows? Okay. Retired fighter. I've listening. Just took MGOL. Hey, look at that. A real-time testimonial. It's at highs as we're speaking. Let's look at it back on my charts here and see what we can see in terms of the indicators I use. Oh boy. So this is a giant distance spread. I start to get nervous up here when the price is this far away from the 10 SMA. And this is when I start pounding out, quarter shares, maybe quarter chunks. In other words, selling when you can. You've got what these people want and they're reaching up to grab it from you. But that's not going to last forever. It's just a matter of time before kind of the reversion dies and the stock breathes back down. You want to be one who is, taking profits on these rips, not when you have to and everybody else is all heading for the fire escape at the same time. So just keep that in mind, retired Fido. If you're in a ripper, just take 10% off, 15% off, 20% off here and there what you can, as it is screaming to new highs. You don't have to do that for the entire position, but once you've done that, once you got 30, 35% left, you feel good about the 75% that you took profits on and booked, and they can't touch that now. And more importantly, it allows you to feel comfortable with, okay, it's going to pull back now. I got what I want out of it. Now let's see if I can make money on this other third, but I've got to remember patience is a virtue, and these stocks will pull back for an hour or so before they get going again. So take advantage when you can. When I see this much distance between the 10 SMA and the price on a 15-minute chart, you're just asking for a musical chairs moment where you might wish you had taken some off. I hope that makes sense. Base rally. Yeah, let's see. I see what you're talking about. This is one probably on a 5-minute chart that even looks a lot better. I bet you're using a 5-minute chart too. Yeah, so rally, base, rally, base, rally. That's what you're talking about. So here comes that's a giant green candle. When you see those giant green candles, I'm not good at it. I still get too greedy myself, but I kick myself when I don't take a little bit off just to satisfy that demon and make it feel good about the way that you're trading it. Because no trader is going to feel like they traded the stock perfectly 100% of the time. But The more that you can do that, and then you look back an hour later, you go, oh man, I'm so glad I got some off up there. It's a good feeling. Yeah, good job there, retired Fido. But yeah, I mean, however you found that, bravo, good on you. But back to the people who don't know how to find these, MGOL is staring you straight in the face here, and it has been for a while with all that profit P&L on the money machine sim trader here. And again, the difference between this sim trader is you're not having to enter the trades yourself, or you're not waiting for an automated strategy to come out. And it's just saying, look, let's just take the action. Here's the action right here. Let's just take the action and see if we can trade it. How would we do that? Well, we want to be in the top names. And, you know, if something starts to die and a new top name comes in, then that kicks off the weaker name and tries to keep the ball rolling. Today's biggest gains, sure, on desktop version. Let's see. So all this really is if you'll notice here, I'm using change from the close. So all we can do really is, you know, to do it from scratch is we'll go new. It's going to be a top list window, and it's not going to require much. And we'll say the filters we want is change from the close. Now, there's a lot of names. Let's start with a minimum of like 10%, because that should give us a lot of names that are above 10%. The price has to be $5 to 500, and the average daily volume, you know, needs to be 250,000 shares, 250,000 shares a day. So just that alone gives us a top list that's going to look like this. Oops, crap. I didn't name it yet, but I just want to see how many names are in there. Okay, not bad. So that's probably a good list to work with. And then we just, it's sorted on volume today. I don't really want that. I want to sort it on, you could sort it on relative volume and see which ones are doing the most. Here's MGOL, third from the top, doing 18 times relative volume. But let's sort change from the close. Percent. MGOL is the hands down winner. And then we have HRO. And these are the names we were looking at, I think, in the daily. So let me give it a name, and then I can just go ahead and actually share this with you. So we'll just call it, as you called it, today's biggest gainers. And you can obviously modify this with adding filters or whatever you want. You could add change from the open as a column. You can remove any of these columns. But all that said, that was how easy it was to put that together. I'll share that scan with you and whoever else wants it. There's the cloud code there in the chat. Hello, Scott. Oh, thank you. I was trying to add up. Let's try this together. You know, they say 10,000 hours of something kind of puts you in the expert category. If you're a pilot, an artist, I don't know. So 10,000 hours of reading charts would probably make somebody a pretty good expert. I think I've got way over that. I mean, if we do 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, it's 40 plus the weekend. A calculator out here. So I'm just curious. So we'll call it weekends too. We'll call it 45 hours a week times 50 weeks. Or 52 weeks. Oh, God, I always forget. Times 52. Okay, so that's 2,300 hours a year. I've been trading. I mean, since we'll just call it around 25 years. Oops. 2,300 hours times 25. That's over 55,000 hours. So you start to see a few things. after that much time of staring at charts and price action. Correlations. How often does it change? No, the Punit, that scan will update every 30 seconds. The cloud link that I just dropped will update every 30 seconds, and you can double click on the header like a spreadsheet, and that'll allow you to sort, however you want. Maybe a good idea for those is, to look for who was saying, yeah, Retired Fido was saying, you look for those names and then you look for consolidation. And then maybe you put a price alert just above the breakout of that consolidation to alert you this name that you've been watching from that list is breaking out of consolidation. So that's why the 1-2 punch of the top list to get the idea, and then setting a price alert in the chart to splash the screen and give you an alert and say it's breaking out. And then that can be your signal to trade or not trade. Scott, you've got 6,600 hours as a pilot. We'll be learning till the day you retire. Boy, did I love reading those NTSB monthly newsletters when I was a pilot, Scott. My dad was the one who was the pilot. He got me interested. I think we might have talked about this. He had a Baron 58, Beechcraft Baron 58. It was just so much fun growing up around that. And he used to tell me all the time, he'd read these NTSB crash reports, and he'd say, these dentists and doctors make too much money and they have no business flying because they take that doctor mentality and they're like, oh, lenticular cloud, that's not a problem. And then they slam into the side of a mountain. I always kind of found those stories interesting and that whole psychology interesting. How many hours did I have? I don't know. I probably had a couple hundred, and I never owned a plane, couldn't afford one, never continued flying. So I just kind of let my private pilot license die. But I'm telling you, it's on my wish list, my wish board. When I stop sitting at the desk every day, I want to get a backcountry Cub or a Super Cub or something like that and explore recreational flying again. I don't remember that one, Patrick. I remember the guy that went joyriding in Montgomery Field with a low ceiling and he clipped the power lines over the 805 about 20 years ago. That was crazy. Let me make sure I'm caught up here. Thanks, Scott. Okay, IBIT. Michael Anthony, look at IBIT, which a lady that have on a halftime saying PLTR misunderstood and they crushed the numbers. Well, let's see what the chart says. Well, the chart's showing that whatever happened down here at $28 has been bought back. So this thing's been charging for sure, but it's probably going to run right smack into 35, I'm thinking, Michael. Look for some resistance there at 35 is kind of what I'm thinking on that one. That's funny. Oh, John Denver. Yeah, he was flying his experimental and he ran out of gas on the coast of Monterey. How about Harrison Ford, man? That guy, they should have taken his pilot's license away, right? Am I right, Scott? Yeah. I learned how to fly in Santa Monica Airport, and that's a great place to learn to fly with all that traffic. And I remember he had a failure on some old World War II plane he had, and he had to land on the golf course. And then he really lost it a couple years ago, and he landed on the taxiway in Orange County. And I think that might have been the end of his flying career. You probably know a lot more about that than I do. All right, let's peek on my positions here. Short IWM. Is the IWM coming down? What's it doing? It's getting a little weak. How about that? XLF was showing signs of weakness, and it's starting again. Oh, I'm on the 5 minute. Let me go back to my time frame. All right, yeah, getting some weakness in the XLF. And landed on the taxiway and breaking on the IWM. Yeah, I don't know if they gave him his license back after that one. I think he was getting a little bit old. All right, bottom of the hour. What do you guys want to talk about? This thing is still in MHROW's negative. Yeah, I mean, whoever that person is, Michael, she looks like she did good. I think it could get to 40. It's just going to find a little resistance at that 35 level that I mentioned first. It's not going to be a straight shot. Oh yeah, don't get me started on the 9/11 stuff, Patrick. People probably don't want to hear it. It hurts. What's the AI been doing over here? Oh, you see a lot of green in the AI today. That's exciting. All I'll say is Building 7 didn't kill itself. So the NAS and the S&P were strong earlier, but I'll tell you what right now. If these things give back that blue line, which they took out earlier, be careful because the sellers are coming back for some blood, perhaps, if it gets taken out. You know, they've shown some strength in the first 2.5, 3 hours here. But if we start to roll back down into the range, be careful. They said the carry trade is over. Yeah, that's until the next Fed governor says something. It's extremely volatile overnight right now. I'd be very careful taking a lot of risk home overnight because anybody can say anything to try and prop markets up or scare markets. It just doesn't matter. Do I trade any Bitcoin? I actually don't trade Bitcoin, retired Fido, but I have been stacking a couple names. And we actually got some really good news yesterday. XRP sold off down to 42 cents just 4 days ago. And yesterday came out the news that the SEC has been entangled with XRP token, claiming it as a security. They had to go to appeals. The appeals court said, screw you, SEC. They're not a security, and we're not basically giving you what you want. So big push higher. I would have liked to have seen it move higher. Let me just show you some perspective here. And again, this XRP, look at this. Horribly drawn, but this is what people have been looking at, the 6-year wedge. This story's been around forever. The SEC's been holding it down forever, but the SEC's finally gotten out of the way. What is XRP? XRP is a token that if the new digital economy, that's called ISO 222, takes place, and it looks like Russia and the BRICS are really moving in that direction. It's all based on a gold, silver backed currency. It's bad news and good night, game over for the fiat currencies like our Fed. And so if we do move to this digital blockchain, secure quantum financial system, there's going to have to be some grease in the wheels to do cross-border payments. You want to go from US dollars to British pound. Right now, the SWIFT system can delay and hold your wire transfer for a couple of days, and it's expensive. And so this is going to allow people to move money quickly in a matter of seconds on the blockchain and do it for very cheap. The only way to buy it, retired Fido, is if you're looking into XRP, the company called Uphold, and I'll type it in here. This is the only company that I think allows XRP since that SEC ruling, but everybody that I know uses it. And that's the digital exchange that you can purchase Uphold on. And then what I've done is I bought a ledger for cold storage. I don't trust logging in and seeing my diversification in XRP and XLM, which is the second one I'm in. It's just a smaller version of XLP. XRP is institutional, and XLM would be more peer-to-peer. But I'm not trading them, to answer your question. I'm stacking them. And I've been buying for a couple of years now. Started around 80 cents. And all of this down here I've been stacking a little bit by a little bit, along with silver. And, again, we had big news yesterday. I don't know if it's going to follow through. I will tell you this. Trump has been talking a lot about trying to bring cryptocurrency back to the forefront in America. He's really down with it in Bitcoin. He's going to be interviewed by Elon Musk next Monday, I believe, and there's probably going to be some cryptocurrency discussion in that interview. So the winds are kind of changing for the people who have been stacking and waiting and waiting and waiting for XRP to start getting some favorable tailwinds. So if you're interested, go ahead and do your research. And if you wanted to, Uphold is the account you'd have to set up. It's just like any other account. They're going to want to see ID. You're going to have to jump through some hoops. You'll have to get an authenticator on your phones, and it's all worth it. So it's many layers of security, so nobody ever can steal your wallet. Same thing, Scott. It was Uphold. I typed it in up there. Uphold. It looks like this. Uphold.com. They're going to ask me to log in. I'm not going to log in, but you have to have an authenticator to log in. It's an iPhone app. It takes a picture of your face and says, "Okay, it's you. What do you want to do?" And yeah, I mean, if you're down with the bricks, and if you're following ISO 222, which is a protocol for a digital financial system, some people call it the quantum financial system, it's bad news for the bankers and the middlemen and the fiat people, to be honest with you. Everything's going to the blockchain. Everything will be accounted for. Everything will become extremely efficient. I was going to tell you, somebody recently used XRP. He was a hedge fund guy. And he said, we've always had to use a SWIFT system in the past. We'll invest money all the time in foreign companies in Europe. But this time we decided to transfer $50 million over to Europe using the XRP ledger. And it was transferred in 5 seconds, and it cost us 30 cents. So I'm not quite sure how the SWIFT system, the legacy SWIFT system, is going to keep up with that. Michael's looking at CVS. Let me open this up a little bit. Just had earnings. It's been going sideways. I'm going to say two things here. One, the chart confirms the story I'm about to tell you. Why do I say that? Well, they just had earnings, and they're just pinned. They're just pinned below all their moving averages here. The 200 is way up here. Now, I'm going to tell you a sad story. I don't even know the symbol anymore. It used to be RAD, Rite Aid, RADQ. I don't know. Let's see. We can look it up, actually. Or is it actually gone? I don't even see it anymore. I have Rite Aid down the street, and it's the most depressing thing I've ever seen in my life. And what I mean is, it's like a dying company. They've turned into a liquor store. Their liquor shelves are full. Their pharmacy stuff is full, but their other retail shelves are empty. And they've obviously put a complete freeze on buying any new inventory. They might even be in a receivership. I don't know, but CVS is in the same business. What are they going to do? Acquire Rite Aid? I mean, I don't know. For some reason, but it's not pulling up for me, Patrick, because I think it's in bankruptcy. And if I type in right, I can't get it. No, I can't even pull it up. I think it's under a bankruptcy, close to being delisted. But point being is getting back to CVS as a sector as a whole, this chart is ugly. It's under all moving averages. It's got nothing but headwinds above it. And then when I look at its competition, Rite Aid, they're dying a slow death, and it's sad. They're turning into a liquor store. They're just trying to sell you candy and liquor and chips and snack foods now, and unless you're going to the pharmacy. So I don't know how that portends for CVS if that whole industry is just dying. If Amazon's killing them, or I don't know what the story is, but it's not a good looking chart, and I don't believe in the story, Patrick. Michael, excuse me. I wouldn't trust it. However, if you want to make the case that, as you say, 56 is a nice low, it's only $1.25 away. Doesn't mean you can't try with a quarter size, third size, and dip your foot in and say, at least I know my out. If I wake up one day and it just starts trading below 56, well, then it's just continuing lower. Yeah, they filed bankruptcy. So that's obviously why they're not ordering any new inventory. I go in there, it's so sad. I don't even know why I go in there anymore. Well, to pick up something if I need a pharmacy, but anyway. All right, let's check in with what was strong this morning is still a little bit real. Oh boy, these spiders, I'm telling you, if these S&Ps, if these things break back down into the range of yesterday, watch out. That's my opinion after 57,000 hours of watching this. Yeah, it just seems like a sick industry right now for whatever reason, the drugstore. Maybe Amazon is eating both of their lunch together. I don't know. All right. Okay. I'll be here another 10 minutes or so. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Let's look at my shorts. Yeah, it's coming back a little bit. I think this 5-day moving average has a lot to say with the IWM Russell 2000 here. You guys can see it. It's starting to get scared by that declining 5-day moving average. It's taking notice. That's what I want to see because I'm not bullish the market right now. And then what was my other one? XLF. XLF still showing some strength. It's going to need to get back down. But the good news is, as you can see, I did not get stopped out. My blue line is still intact in TZA, and my blue line is still intact in FAZ. Apple has no interest in going down. It's still grinding higher, but it's really getting pinched here. Here's the pinch play in Apple. We've got the 5-day SMA beating down from above and the 10 SMA holding it up. I'll be gone, but keep an eye on what Apple does if it resolves itself. Which direction? Does it pop up above the blue? Well, then it's strong. Does it break down below the support here? Well, then it's maybe giving some back. How's my DJT doing? It's the one and only long I have. Not doing a whole lot. But again, as I mentioned, there might be a catalyst coming up next hour. Who knows? And I'm doing here what I just, Michael, I'm doing here what I was talking about in CVS. See, I know what my downside is in this DJT. It's just banging on the bottom. If this is a level of support, then I've got myself a great entry. If it's not, then I have myself a tight stop. Either way, I'm willing to accept that risk. Patrick, these silver stocks have just been a real bummer. They just can't get out of their own way. Oh, AG, there's something seriously wrong with AG. I'm not going to think that it's time to buy that. The chart's telling me to just stay away. Bitcoin was strong earlier. Let's check in on it. Yeah, it's up 7% now. Oops, we want to get back to something more. Let's look at a 1 hour chart, shall we? Okay, there's my XRP 1 hour. See, yesterday the news came out. Bam. I need to see a leg higher. But Bitcoin, well, it's off highs a little bit. But this is why Mara and Riot and those other ones were running earlier, those blockchain stocks. Yeah, they had a big negative day. That's why I didn't want to be in them at all going into earnings. They all seem to have earnings around the same day. It was yesterday, I think. Or no, it was for CDE. It was. Yeah. And pause. It was yesterday. So I was in GameStop back here. It was above those moving averages, and then when it broke back here, I gave up. And look at how that's just saved me the anguish and the pain. That's why I just use those simple moving averages, right? Here, I'm interested. We're in. Let's go. Oh, gave it all back. I'm out. Forget it. And it's just saved me having to watch it day after day. Once a candle closes below a key moving average on the daily chart, I have to just force myself to divorce it and not get married to the idea of it. Also, they're having lawsuit troubles too, huh? I would imagine CVS would also. What's Rumble doing? Rumble has earnings coming up, so I stay away from that. It's a horrible downtrend. Nothing to like there. With the SMR, I was having a lot of fun trading it back here. I've tried to trade a few balances, but I haven't gotten much out of it, and I've kind of given up on them now. Again, same thing as I just showed you in GameStop. This has all my attention in the world, but once we break this and break this, yuck. It's a broken stock now. I'm not interested anymore. Looks like semis are holding up the day the best. Energy. That's why I said if this NASDAQ rolls over with the semis being strong and if they just come back down into the range, that's what I'm hoping is going to happen. I'm not predicting anything here. But again, I've told you I've got my stops in all my shorts. So I've basically defined my risk and I've prevented myself from having a bad 5-minute emotional upset about something and then just going, screw it, get me out. And usually when I do that, I regret it. All right. Well, I'll be here a few more minutes if there's anything else you want me to look at before I have to run. Oh, there's Barry.
There's Johnny.
Okay. It's funny. I'm listening to you talk the tail end of your Rite Aid and the talk about CVS. So the year we spent in Boston, my wife and I, back in 2014 and 15. So we had a CVS. I think we had a Walgreens nearby. Now in Canada, we've got some major drugstore chains. I was used to the look and feel of those. When I went into the CVSs and the Walgreens, especially the CVS, old, like kind of linoleum tile on the floor. I found dark and dingy, and this is in Boston, in a really nice area of Boston, and all of the pharmacies that I just wasn't used to that. Flash forward a little bit, Bellingham is just across the border for us from Vancouver in Upper Washington State. We went into a Rite Aid, and it was obviously a brand new Rite Aid. It was absolutely sparkling, beautifully new. There was nobody in it. There was nobody in it.
When was
And I
this?
said, said to my wife, man, I mean, it's a beautiful store. Like, it was obviously just done. And there was literally not one person in the store. And
When
we
was
bought
this?
beer. We bought some
Yeah,
beer.
exactly.
That was about it, which is interesting because we can't buy beer and things like that in drugstores in Canada. But anyway, that's my story for Rite Aid and also CVS.
I don't know what's going on, but Rite Aid is just dying a slow death. They refuse to restock their shelves, but they're happy to restock it with alcohol and chips and ice cream.
Mm-hmm. Well, as Peter's saying, they had a bunch of opioid lawsuits
Yeah.
thrown at them. I don't know why they'd be any different from CVS or Walgreens, but evidently they got hit a lot harder.
Yeah, they've had a tough go for a while.
Mm-hmm. All right, Steve, I know you want to get out of here, so I'll take over for you right now. And
Sounds good.
again, as always, thanks a lot.
All right. Good luck. See you.
Okay, guys. And I'm still kind of waiting. I'm still waiting on the VSAT, guys, maybe for a late day pop. And I was watching this VKTX. I know I mentioned this one in the pre-market. You can see where it's stalling right now. 50.75. 50, I'm sorry, 50, 50, 55.39. I'm sorry, 55.39, and the stock's at 55.22. It got up to 55.56, a little bit above that high. You can kind of see again, if it can take that out, it's got room up to 59. I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes it out, but you can kind of see that is that's the level that it's struggling to get through. So as always, just put a price alert around 55.63 and see if it takes it out later. So, Michael, you ask about what about, I mean, I don't know, BITF? Yeah, okay, they had earnings today. Okay, good. Obviously, all to do with, I mean, all these, I mean, whether they had good earnings or bad earnings, I mean, it's all to do with Bitcoin. So, and Bitcoin's almost back up to 60,000. So, I mean, it's obviously a Bitcoin run. I don't know if it has really that much to do with earnings. Boy, the frog has been down all day. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It had a little pop up here, and there was an opportunity to short this right around here, around 23.50. It's moved about 40 cents. Checking the SPY out again, chopping around a little bit, trying to get back up to the highs of the day. It's not a matter of whether I like the Bitcoin chart or not. It's all about BITF. It's all about Bitcoin itself. So, I mean, my guess is that if I look at IBIT, IBIT's going to look like BITF. So it's whether or not, what is Bitcoin doing? It's not so much what BITF is doing. I mean, I know it's an earnings play, but but it's got room. I mean, I guess it's got some room to 280 on the weekly chart, but it's all about Bitcoin. What if Bitcoin just plummets? So is this one probably. Okay, so let me ask or answer the first question, Abhishek. Yeah, so for go no go charts, yes, you do need a special. It's an add-on. Okay, it is a $50 a month add-on. Now, before you would do anything, you do have a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, so this is what I would do. No, it's because it's not going to be for everybody. I'm really warming up to it. I've only been using it for a couple of weeks now, but I have this feeling that I will stick with it. But what I would do is this: click on File, or go to our toolbar, click on New, and then click on Dock Channel Bar. Sorry, I'll do it again. Okay, so click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. And then one of the channels is the Go No Go charts. Click on that. And what you're going to, you should get a pop-up. Before you do anything, watch these 2 videos, check out the explanation down here, and see if it makes sense for you. Okay? It's that simple. If it makes sense, if you want to try it, you can try it out for you can try it for as long as you want. It's just a monthly, it's an add-on, $50 a month. I can get you 15% off if you use my code Barry15 off the first month only. But before you would do anything, check out the 2 videos, check out this text here. It gives kind of an explanation about what it's all about. Okay? Okay, so James, I am sharing all my scans, okay, except for this one. I created this one yesterday. This one called Momentum Less Than 500. So I'm sharing all my scans, and so you can take a look. Now, when you say, I mean, they're all, I mean, easy to navigate. I mean, you know, you just, once you have a scan up and running, you just have to click on an alert. You have your charts. Depends on, I don't know what style of trader you are or what experience in trading you've got, but you know, it's like anything else. This is a tool. It's an idea generator. It's still up to you to determine whether or not it makes sense to trade it based on what you're seeing on the charts. But I am sharing these scans. Just give me a moment. I'll put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So I may as well just go over a little bit on my homepage anyway. So if you want to take out a subscription, guys, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of trade ideas. And as always, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription. This will really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription. Okay? And as always, get started. Now, if you're new, James, if you're new to trade ideas, if you haven't done the get started, I would absolutely do that first. You might not have to do the download and install in your first startup and login, but these are very short videos, especially down to here, introduction to scans. The 2 key elements of trade ideas, top list windows and alert windows, okay? So if you haven't done that, do that first. And for those of you who are new to trading or relatively new to trading, Trading 101, it's a series of videos, all free. You can take a look at these. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week, Steve, who is in our YouTube room for the hour. He's the originator of the trades of the week. I don't know if he talked about it this week, but he said to basically stay in cash. So if you sign up for it, though, and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And this is the big education section is here. And then here are my scans. So, you know, these are the ones that I'm currently sharing. This is the momentum scan here. This one over here in green. These are stocks moving up. I don't have this one shared. It's easy enough to create, but this is the halts resumes is over here. Not very active today. And here are the 3 races that I've got. The 3 races. You know, I've tabbed them so you can't see them all at the same time, but I've tabbed them. And I am sharing other scans. I do not have them all up and running at the same time, and neither should you. It'd be way too much information overload. Okay. So again, if you want something that looks like this, you can go to my homepage and you know, just check out some of the scans. Oh, good, Trevor. Okay, good. And James, this room, you know, I'm here between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. every day, Eastern time in the trading room. I do take that break between 12 and 1, But if you're in the YouTube room, one of the other traders does take over for me. And today was Steve, but we have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. So it's a good idea to head over to YouTube to listen to another trading style. I am basically a momentum trader, liking to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But that doesn't, of course, that's not everybody's style. Wow. Okay. Now look at the Lumen now, guys. This one is, man, some volume came in also. Some volume actually came in. So guys, some volume is coming into Lumen. Again, this is one of those, this has been a wild one. Sort of back here. Went from $2 up to $3.50, pulled back. Yesterday, got up to $7.95. It was an earnings play, but it's not about earnings really. It's about I guess their deals. I can't remember anymore. They got a series of deals. AI surge, something to do with Microsoft. I believe had Microsoft. There are a lot of analysts who are kind of piling into this one, putting some fairly lofty price targets on it. Not that it's going to hit those, not necessarily going to hit those targets, but there's been a lot of action about it. But it is down 19% today, And if you're looking for a reason, there's no real reason other than maybe a lot of profit taking from up here. And Draw's talking about the MRT. The MRT, yeah. We've had some these fairly low floaters. This is another China stock. Sorry, Turkey. Should recognize your flag by now. This is from Turkey. Seen a few of these Turkey stocks in the last little while. I remember there's a couple others that, for whatever reason, having some action. This is an EV play. I remember this one now. This is an EV play, making two-wheeled electric vehicle rental segment. Okay, well, for some reason, all of a sudden, look at the volume that's coming in. It's not a tremendous amount of volume, total volume, but you can see the increase in volume right here. The auction. Now, the auction was at 1 o'clock Ori. So far, not a big reaction yet. You're talking, what was it, $35 billion? So far, not a huge effect. $25 billion. So a $25 billion 30-year bond auction was at 1 o'clock. And again, not a huge effect. No giant candle coming down yet. Not saying it's going to happen, but wow, this Bumble had a nice recovery, actually. It's an earnings play, still down huge, 31%, but it did have a recovery. Well, other than the Lumen guys, which I have, I'm wondering if it will have finally a little breakout today, or well, it would have to recover a lot. It's down still quite a bit, but will it start to move? And now the MGOL. Now this could be interesting. Though that's a pretty big pullback. That is a pretty big pullback. What I would be hoping for the MGOL is a lot of these low floaters. They do this crazy thing, and then they kind of rest for a while, and then later on in the day, 2 o'clock or so Eastern time, the enthusiasm comes back, and they pop through the highs of the day, and they continue to move. But this is a pretty big pullback. For that to have happened, it probably would have had to hold over $5 on the pullback and just kind of, chopped around, did nothing. So this is a pretty big pullback, though. So SGH, the superior group of companies, not so superior today. August the 6th had earnings. It was so the reaction to earnings was yesterday and not great, obviously. We were almost at yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was 1166, so 1181. No, I did not see that comment. Retired Fido. Good. Always nice to see somebody making money on things they are seeing in the room. Well, guys, let's see. I'm not seeing too much really. Lay's wasn't that was, I think, one that Steve traded or Jamie's traded yesterday. Oh no, different one. Definitely a different one. Oh, it was Lazar. Yeah, I think it was LAZR or something like that. But anyway, LASE. Okay. Relative volume's only. It's basically trading normally. Has earnings coming up. Well, there is a little transition there from the aqua to the blue, but it's choppy. Just because you get these transitions, it'd be nicer if it weren't so choppy up and down earlier. So you still have to sort of respect your rules about when would you take a trade. It's fine to get the transition, but is it really something that looks good to trade? For me, not so much. But don't let me. I'm just looking at, of course, today's high here. Now, obviously, I mean, if it can take out that, 450 on looking left, it's got a ton of room. It would probably, though, have to take out the high of the day to give me a little more confidence that it could even approach this high over here. Silo. Silo again. There's another one that had a crazy week, getting up to 450 and pulling all the way back down. Yeah, ugly looking 3-minute. Anyway, ugly. Many gaps. We get to large cap gainer. See if there's. Oh, there's the VSAT. Shoot. So there's the VSAT. Now, what would be ideal if that little orange turned blue immediately? If it does that, I'm in. I'm 100%. I'm in. Again, remembering what the colors are depicting. Orange means stay out of the trade. It means based on the combination of indicators that make up these bars, they're not seeing an advantage one way or the other, either shorting or going long going long. Okay. Now, if it turns to the aqua, that might be a sign to at least start really looking closely, and then if it turns blue, that could be a sign. But what I'd love to see is for it to go from orange to blue immediately and bypassing that middle step, because I think what we're seeing is that would be very bullish. Doesn't happen that often though. But again, as always, guys, no indicator is infallible. Okay, so I mean, it's obvious, but I can see how this whole color transition stuff works a lot better. Well, look at this one though. I mean, right there, Yeti transitioned 41.85, and before, I mean, it had a pullback here, but before it really pulled back, 40, what was that? 41.85, all the way up to 43.33. So what, about $1.50 or so? William, are you still around? I hope not. Hope you're not still around. I don't know if he already signed out earlier or. Oh, you are. Okay. Whoa, guys. Lumen, 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 L-U-M-N. 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 Come on, transition. Oh, I would have loved for this to have gone right to blue here, right to blue. So anyway, tell me you're not going to stick around to 4 o'clock, okay? So James is asking me a question about trading ETFs, such as SOXL and others. Yeah, I'm just not an ETF trader. I mean, listen, there are people that do it and love it. I just rather trade individual stocks that are not so tied into a sector. Well, they don't care what the sector is doing. They don't care so much what the overall market's doing within reason. I'm just not an ETF trader. that doesn't mean, I know people that's all they do and they seem to do pretty well. But I'm more into trading individual stocks, the so-called alpha stocks that are not, they don't care so much what their individual sector is doing or the overall market is doing. But again, that's just a personal preference. But there's nothing wrong. I mean, there are people who just trade ETFs, and you're right, they're usually less volatile. All right, guys, VSAT is on the move. So again, James, there are people, again, I know of people who just trade ETFs, and maybe there's some in the YouTube room that you're in, they may give an opinion. One of the nice things about trade ideas is that we can always find stocks that are trading abnormally every single day. So that's the whole idea of my using trade ideas, is because I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. You're not going to get an ETF typically that's going to give you a 10 or 20 or 30% pop, right? And there's nothing wrong with trading ETFs, don't get me wrong. But I'm more into the action, I suppose. Okay, so you're not going to stick around to 4. So, why don't I'm going to shut the room down at about 2:45, probably, like I did yesterday. Yeah, that Lumen is just, I made pennies on it, just pennies. I was really hoping it would rip, got up to 540. However, look at VSAT, guys. I did my video on VSAT today. And we had a transition right here, but on a 5-minute chart, looks a little bit different. There's a blue. There's no blue here. Interesting. No blue on the 3-minute chart. Interesting. So, I did my video on this and I said, okay, you miss it the first time. There's an AI alert. Better get to a 5-minute chart so you can see. So you get the alert right there at 2381. Before it pulled back at all, it got up to 2680. Huge move. Then it pulled back right into the alert price again. Look what it did. Chopped around, chopped around, chopped around, chopped around. Even here. Okay. And now look at it moving again. And this is what I did my video on. I said, I have this could have an end of day run. I don't know where it's going, but and there was a little transition. But it's funny, there's no transition on the 3-minute chart, which I'm really, well, there it is now, finally. Usually the 3 will give it earlier. Right, over 25 now. Okay, sure. Swim no go, no go. Okay, sure. From Abhishek in our YouTube room. Swim. There was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, this was an earnings play yesterday. So if you had been able to watch it, there was your alert right there, 465. You can see the break on the 3-minute chart anyway. transition from the aqua to the blue at 465. Now, again, I have to keep saying this. It doesn't mean that every time, if you saw a similar chart that did this, it doesn't mean that that stock is going to do the same thing. Okay. But if you're following swim and you saw that break, that would have been a heck of an entry. What does it look like on a 5-minute chart? About the same. You know, there's the break. What was that? What's that price? 464. And what is it on the 3? Exactly the same. So the 3 or the 5 didn't matter. You could have used either chart and would have given you that signal. Now, if I had been in this one and I was, had I got in here, I got up to 481 from 460, I probably would have taken some off on this. But you see, what it's trying to tell you is hold on to at least a piece, okay, until you get until it transitions to another color. In other words, until it transitions back to the aqua, and you can see it never did. I mean, it's a little bit choppy, but it's keeping you in the trade because the color did not change. That's the theory behind it. That doesn't mean you can't. Doesn't mean you have to hold on to your entire position through it all. But I would certainly what it's doing for me. It's definitely keeping me into on when I see trades like this. When I get into something like this, it's keeping me in the trade a lot longer. At least a piece of it. Keep an eye on the VKTX, guys. The VKTX. It's right at that level again. Okay, right here. If it can take this out, you know, because it's got the room to about $59 to $59. When you look left, well, that auction didn't hurt, Ori. Obviously, the auction did not hurt. Market's putting in a new high now. All right, guys. As they say, the moment of truth now for the VKTX. Can it hold over this level and continue to, excuse me, and continue to move? Bit of a spread issue. It's not terrible. It's 11 cents, 59.70. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Excuse me. All right, guys. Well, here's the FBLG. FBLG is halted, and this could give us a trade. It depends what it does. So this is I haven't showed this today, but this is blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price at 274. Stock is halted because of volatility. This column here is telling us maybe where it could open. So right now it's 281. Okay, maybe. Usually they're 5-minute halts, so it got halted at 129 plus 43 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, that'll open at 134 plus 43 seconds. We still have a time, 3 minutes or so to go. This number will change or can change over the course of the 5 minutes. You saw it change. So here's how I will or could trade this. It may not happen. It doesn't happen that often, but it's halted at 274. If it opens, say, I don't know, 280, and then it comes back down underneath 274, not a huge amount, maybe down to, 265, and then it pops up through 274 again, I can take that trade. Okay. I will probably take that trade just to see what happens. Or if it opens just a little bit underneath the 274 and then pops through 274, I can also perhaps take that trade. Not a suggestion to do the same thing, but I've just noticed that seems to be a way in which we can kind of play something coming out of a halt. Now it comes out of the halt and it starts to run. I'm not taking the trade. So this one's a little bit of a move here. KVYO earnings play, but it's very choppy, very, very choppy. All right. Well, this one could be interesting. TRIP, TRIP could be interesting. We had a little transition here. It's near the high of the day. It's an earnings play yesterday. The high, well, there's the high yesterday. It's 1521, certainly far enough away. So let's see how it trades around this 14 level. I mean, it's hanging in the 14 level. The volume came in, that popped it up. That was that volume bar right there. Let's see if it can hold 14 and maybe move from there. Good for you, Stevie. Palantir target hit. Good for you in our YouTube room. Okay, yeah, there's a nice move right there on that transition break. Now that is a great move. Okay, it wasn't really chopping that much. I mean, it had the pullback here, but for the course of the day, it really wasn't chopping that much. And so on that pullback right there, and then you've got a transition move right there, 2871, and not a bad move off 2871 and continuing. Now the next high, looking left on the weekly chart, is well, it's over that high. So the next high is 2983. So it still has some room on the weekly chart. All right, let's see where FBLG opened. Yes, bad spread, 274.96. That's a bad spread. How much volume? Yeah, it's good volume too. I'm surprised the spread is that bad. Can't take the trade. I mean, it may just rip, but you've got to be so aware, because what happens is if it has a spread like this right now, let's just say you took it and it did go over 3 and up to 320, and then all of a sudden they drop the spread, and then all of a sudden you're looking at a 280, 320 bid ask, So I just have to shy away from stuff like that. It may run, it may rip, but it won't. It'll be ripping without me. I think I'd rather put that one in there. Just give me a moment. Expose people to the compare count window. So what you're seeing here, this is just another way of presenting our data as a crawl, okay, a ticker crawl. And basically what you do in a compare count window is you have two competing strategies, one on the way up and one on the way down, with very similar filters in place. So this is called movers to the upside greater than 300,000 versus movers to the downside greater than 300,000. So if I look at this, and I'm sharing this one, okay, I am sharing it. So if I look at this, the green data one versus the red data one, so if I look at the configuration, this actually does work in the, does it work in the pre-market? Yeah, I didn't know I had this in here. I did not know I had. So the volume in the last 1 minute is 300% of normal. Okay, so this does work in the pre-market. So I've got my new high, that's market high. Once the market opens at 9:30, there's a pre-market high, and it even works in the post-market highs, okay? So if the stock is between 50 cents and 30 cents, $30, etc., okay? I want to run that against a competing strategy in which instead of new highs, all these are going to be new lows, and this price is down 2% from yesterday's close, okay? So basically competing with each other. And then what happens is you get a crawl. And so there's the ironwood. You can see right now. So if you're looking, somebody asked yesterday, you know, what about finding scans for shorts? Well, this will do it. You know, anything in green is going to be up for the day, okay, and anything in red will be down for the day. Doesn't mean it, you know, you just pile into the trade, but and what this 91% means is since I started this, which was what, a minute ago, 92% of the tickers that have come through have been red. That's what that means. So even though the market is having a pretty decent day here, since I opened this, and you can get different looks, you know, if I shut this down right now, you know, if I said clear, it would start from this time, 10:39, talking West Coast, 1:39 Eastern time. So just a different way of presenting our data. And a lot of people understand crawls, of course, so and when it says no RV, I don't have a relative volume filter in here, okay? That's why it can work in the pre-market. But most of the time, I'm just checking, I mean, the relative volume is usually going to be pretty good. This one is not great, 1.29. So there's a part, and this is 0.76. So there's a part of me that says, okay, I've got two of them. I actually have one. This one would work in the pre-market. And then I do have another one that's exactly the same, in which I do add the relative volume filter. And the reason why no RV is because if you have the relative volume filter and you want to see data in the pre-market, you won't. Okay, the relative volume filter, using it will prevent data from coming in the pre-market. So if you don't care about seeing, the compare count in the pre-market, you could just add the relative volume filter. Okay, give me a moment. I want to see if there's a crank call or not. And the answer is yes. Yes, VSAT, yes. How good is this, guys? I mean, my video, the one I did was on VSAT today, and just watch it all day long. And I did not know it was going to do this. Don't get me, I'm not psychic or anything, but I said, if you watch the video I did, I said, this has the possibility of having a late day run. And look at this. I mean, it is now close to the high that, well, not really. 26 this is on a 3-minute chart, so I'd have to back it out. But the high of the day is 2671 or so. So, but that's a beautiful break again from the alert price, 2381. Look where it got to. This was at 1133. It got right into that alert price right here. Now, it chopped around a lot. Don't get me wrong. It chopped around a lot. I did not take it here. I waited a little bit later on a break, but boy, oh boy, this is really, really turning out to be a nice one. Now, if there were a brick wall in my house, I'd try to run right through it. Look at this VKTX, guys. I just took my eye off it. And there's the VKTX. I was saying, you know what, if it can take this out right here, it could have a run. And look what it's done. Hopefully, maybe those of you who aren't as distracted as I am doing all sorts of different things, maybe took this trade. I don't know where it's going, but I can see where it could go. Until it hits the next high, and that's 59. I'm not saying it's getting to 59. But now this has turned into a really nice break of, the previous day's highs. And remember, this came from $70 not that long ago. That's in July 26th, so not that long ago. This was a $70 stock. Kicked with, most of the market down to 47. Yeah, that's the one I was watching earlier, was the Novavax, NVAX. It really didn't do anything. Look at this. Just chopping around. It has to take out this area up here. Excuse me. It's an earnings play today. Novavax is an earnings play today, NVAX. So this kind of gives you a taste of everything of trade ideas. We've got a race going here. We've got an alert window. Okay. We've got a compare count window. The only thing I'm not really showing, and that's because it really seemed to slow my computer down a lot, is the tree map. I'll maybe bring one back and just see. Let's see what happens here. And it's not because of trade ideas, guys. It's more because of all the other things I've got going on. You know, I've got streaming two rooms. I've got my brokerage platform. So I've got a few things going on, and it really can put a thought. But you know what? I may try this tomorrow and see if I can put this, because it's a very cool way of presenting the data from a top list window. And again, it doesn't mean the stock is up like at the high of the day or anything like that. It's just showing you in this format, as opposed to looking like this. So this is the grid format, okay? This is telling me that VSAT's up 41%, KVYO is up 29%, etc. Okay, because I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. But this is a more pictorial version of it. Same thing. I mean, you see the same stocks there, but you know, obviously presented in a more friendly way. And you know, there's always juggling of positions. Now, what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to bring back the one I used to show all the time and just take a look at it. So this is the one I used to show all the time. I'm going to scroll down to my scan section, click here, and then relative strength leaders. And load it. Going to be very similar. But not, yeah, it's going to be similar. But here you see the HROW at the top here, and it's based on this top list window. Actually, what is it based on now? I'm not sure what it's based on. Why is the HROW? No, I have to from the close. Yeah, okay. So these are the strong ones. Yeah, so these are the ones that have up the most from the close. So fabulous one today, guys. Saw this in the pre-market. Did not really think it would do what it did, but it, look what it did. Yeah, Novavax. I'm not in it. I'm not in it, but yeah, Novavax is looking good now. Pretty good. NVAX. I'd be careful on it. You know, it is an earnings play today, so obviously it got hit down on earnings today. So that's still in effect. And I'm completely wrong. It is now actually up for the day. So it actually got all the way back. I mean, remember now it was down here at $8 or so, 888. That was down for the day, but now it's up for the day. Wow, great recovery now for NVAX. And then we've got our bar chart, our barcode chart. Look at this. All right, guys, it's 1:51. So I probably have another 40 minutes or so. Okay. William will not keep the room open until 4. You'll probably be shut. So I'll probably shut the room down at about an hour, actually, or a quarter to 3. No, quite an hour, maybe 45 minutes from now. So good opportunity to ask questions if you have any. Well, let's take a look at Novavax, NVAX. Yeah, so I mean, it's got, yeah, I mean, the next high is 1180. I mean, it's possible, yes. And all I do, I just keep looking left, 1180, 1180, 1180-ish in that area. If it can somehow get through that, then the next high is 1250, around 1250. If I can get through 1180. Not again, this is not scientific. I mean, just because we see it, the next high looking left, it doesn't absolutely mean any stock is going to stop there. But that's how I trade. I just very wary of where the next high is on the daily chart. If I could not see this on the daily chart, in other words, if the current price is 1188 or 1158 and all of this was below it, then I look at my weekly chart and check to see, okay, where is that next high in the weekly chart? Most of the time, I will see it on the daily chart, but not always. All right, Pepe. So you weathered the storm, no pun intended, but I guess you've weathered the storm. Luckily, I didn't need you for any 7 p.m. So, oh, wow. So they actually did it ahead of time, way ahead of time, right? It's only about 2 o'clock your time. 1:54. So you see how these percentages are changing. Now 61% since I opened this compare account window are down versus 40%. But as we start getting more green here, this percentage will change. I don't really. The reason why somebody might look at the percentages if they're trying to get a feel for the overall market. Okay, I wouldn't use this one. I would, if you want to use large caps, large cap stocks, and put them in here. So the large cap, the large cap ones that are up versus the large cap ones that are down, that can give you a bit of a feel for the market. What do people ask? The worm? Is it called the worm? And that's, I guess they're talking about a compare account window. Market breadth, though. Market breadths, I guess you can kind of use a compare account window to, just get a feel for what the overall market's doing. If that's of interest. It's not as, I mean, listen, I always know what I just have my SPY chart, okay? So I have an idea about what the market's doing. Did I get app in any scan today? App. Could have sworn we saw it. Oh, I see APLS. I see APPS. Let's see. Okay, so I don't think anything showed up for in my scans because of the price range. Okay, I think I have a max in most of them around $60. Okay, so it's possible it would have shown up very, very early, but the relative volume might not have been strong enough. But I mean, there's no question that I could have shown you any sort of a momentum scan. This one probably definitely would have shown it. Apps was a Holly alert, but he's talking app. He's talking APP, which is awesome. I mean, a great. I mean, this is beautiful. I mean, what a great trend all day. Seriously, great trend all day. But it's out of the price range of most of my scans, so that's probably why I would not see it. If I expanded this price range here, I'm almost 100% sure I would have seen it because it's up 12%, so certainly it's up, and the relative volume. Most of my alerts have a relative volume of about 3. We go to a 5-minute chart. Yeah, I don't know what the volume was like in the pre-market. Yeah, I don't know what the volume was like. I may not have seen it anyway because the volume was pretty low. And it had an interesting day. I mean, look at the opening candle, 9:30 candle, and then quite a big drop from 73 down to 64, and then once it got up back to this area, basically a nice run. And they're on the transition right there, $70.56. If you had been watching it. Yeah, I mean, it still has room too. $81, $81.60 still the next high. So the break of yesterday's high at 73 is right around here. Ah, yeah, but now people are going to say, well, what is it? What is it? So I'm going to delete your post. You would have to come back. I'm not going to delete it. It would have also shown up probably one of the option scans, 32,000, obviously, and it's 2.5 times normal. So depends on where you put your minimum for the option volume. You wouldn't have got that alert until here, though, right? You wouldn't have got it till about 72.81 on that no name scan. 73, actually, $73. Yeah, that might be a good one, Juan. The Lumen short might be a good one. I don't know where you're short. Has to take out 5. I'm leaving it alone. Frustrating for me. Okay, guys, I'm just going to take a quick break to stretch or walk around a bit. Should be back in a couple of minutes. Give me to about 210. All right, guys, I am back. Well, guys, I mean, I am now. Look, we still have another couple hours in the market, but this has been a very impressive move so far. Seriously. Now, anything can happen. We could get a big sell and get some giant red or purple and the deep purple here. But I mean, this has been a very impressive. We only had that. We had a one little jog here that looked maybe it's over. Another one right in this area. But boy, the bond auction came out at 1 o'clock and had no effect. This, of course, had the big effect was at 8:30 right here that some job number came out and the market liked it. It's that simple because the market was not doing much right until 8:30. Then it had the big pop. And ever since then, we had a little jog down here, but the market has been very strong today. Now, again, I don't know what's going to happen, but you can just see the bears will lose their minds if it gets back up to the 550 level. Not today, but man. Oh man, VKTX. Well, I'm glad somebody was listening to me and took it. Beauty, just a beauty on that break right here. That break right there, 50, 50 what? 50, 75 right there, right around that level here. Beautiful. Now, I mean, the next highs are way up here. But, and this is, so guys, I am still in the VSAT. And why? Because this is not turned green or aqua yet. Okay. Still in the VSAT. Back to a 3-minute chart. See, it's interesting because I had a five. The reason I didn't see it had turned is because I was looking at my thumbnail chart over here, and that is still blue. It's interesting on a 3-minute chart. It's sort of suggesting to lighten the load. Now, one of the interesting things about the compare count window, everything is right now is, blue is green, 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 green. And then when you get the odd one that's red, click on it, because this is definitely going kind of counter. Now, when you see all this blue or all this green coming by, wow, look at PBR. This is a Brazilian petro stock. Something happened with this one. Well, here's your news. At 209 anyway, obtains the licenses to increase oil production in 2 fields. So that was the news. I don't know if somebody posted that, but that is the news for Petrobras. Now that news might have hit a little earlier. Just based on that candle, on that volume bar. That news probably hit right around here. Okay, guys. Now, yeah, look how this is switching now. 63% green coming through. Take a look at VIAV. Another. How about the RLMD though? Why is this one moving down red? Well, it's still early, Trevor. It still is still early. Okay, but I have to give it a shot. I have to give the 3 minute a shot. My thumbnail chart. That's what I was saying. I mean, the VSAT here never turned the light green or the aqua, whereas on a 3 minute chart it did. I want to stick it out. Tomorrow's Friday. I'll try to stick it out even all next week just to see. I think either or really is not. I mean, look, the 3 minute will get you in a little bit earlier, obviously, in theory, though it may be not quite as stable. The 5 might get you in a little bit later, but it might be a little more stable. That's all. I don't think you can go wrong with either. Boy, that Novavax, man, I was watching that forever around the 1140 mark. Right around here, this whole area. I mean, this is really choppy. In fact, what I should do is shrink this up a bit. It'll look a little, won't look quite there. That's a lot better. But right there, look at that transition. Right there, 1145 on the 3. Let's take a look at the 5, where that would have happened on the 5. See, about the same. Not much different using the 3 or the 5. Yeah, personally, I will not use one. I definitely will not use one. 15, I mean, hey, listen, I mean, it's going to be very late, but you never know. Maybe it'll be so late, but it'll be so good. I don't know. Good for longer. I don't know. We just felt, Michael and I, when we were looking at this earlier, we just felt that 15 might be a little too late when trying to get into the trend. But try it. The more people that use this and try it and give us some feedback, because there's certainly no right or wrong. And it could also depend on the type of day. See, when I look at this one on the transition here, $5 gets up to 513, no big deal. Comes back down. This might have been, if you got in here, might have been a signal to say, well, maybe lighten the load or get out and then get back in here. I'm not saying this would have been ideal. On a 3-minute chart, you're looking at a lot more chop. A lot more chop. I'm actually interested to take a look at it on the 3-minute, the VKTX, see what it looks like. Yeah, so not a heck of a lot of difference. Okay, here's the 5-minute, and so here's your alert right there, approximately 5:43. So kind of the same, because I mean, on the 5-minute chart, it's at around say 550, and here it's just a few pennies earlier. But both have been very steady. Both have been very, very steady. No reason to get out. So again, one more time, guys, for those who are wondering what this is all about, if you have trade ideas, then just click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Go No Go charts. And you can watch these two videos. This will give a good explanation about what they're all about. And scroll down, and you'll see explanation about the color changes, a little more explanation, okay? So you can make, sort of an informed decision about whether or not it makes sense to try it. And if you do have it and you're wondering, well, I just got it, how come I'm not seeing the Go No Go charts? Just click on one of the alerts that you see, and any alert that you see, it'll turn into the Go No Go chart. And if it doesn't, that means you must have the latest beta. Okay, if it doesn't turn into the Go No Go chart. Ooh, Juan, you are living dangerously, I think. You're gonna hold LUMN overnight as a short. I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but see, Rivian's had a. Let's take a look at Rivian now. Rivian had a nice bounce. About that. Actually, I'm wrong. I mean, it looks, but it's been pretty choppy on a 3-minute anyway. Take a look on a 5-minute. On a 5-minute, it looks a lot nicer, a lot nicer. There was really no signal to take it. I mean, it was already blue. It's been blue, blue, blue. The signal would have been maybe a transition into blue at some point, but it's so you're just kind of maybe guessing. Would it keep moving higher? In this case, it did. What a difference, though. Well, I guess not. I just had to scroll back a bit. On a 3-minute, it did have a nice run. VSAT is still hanging around the, and this is keeping me in the trade. Okay, I've traded some out. Don't get me wrong, I've traded some out, but this is keeping me in the trade on the 5-minute until it transitions. I'm hoping it doesn't. I hope it just keeps moving higher. But okay, guys. Well, listen, we're getting close to my end in the room. I may take off fairly soon. I don't see too many more questions coming in. I don't want to jinx the market. So far, we're moving higher. Wow, a lab has actually done fairly well. The last time I saw it, it had dropped. This is that back here. It had dropped under 40, but boy, right there, the little transition right there at 40, this has been a nice one. The LAB, been a pretty nice one. So Verona's got a little bit of room. Okay, 2143. It looks like the next high, VRNA, the next high is 2186. So it's got a little bit of room, 43 cents. It's already had the jump. The alert would have been, or the ideal would have been around 2130 to get into the trade on that transition on the 3-minute chart. Okay, if you're in that VKTX, there's some, that is an area which I would probably be out. Maybe not everything, but certainly there's your warning right there, that transition. What does that look like on a 3-minute chart? The same thing, okay? Now, here's the deal. The 3-minute chart gives you the warning a little bit earlier. Because this closed down here at 56. That's a 5-minute bar. This one closed up here at 56.35. So that's an area, it's going to get you out of the trade a little bit earlier, which is a good thing. Or certainly taking some off. Juan, you are doing well now on your Lumen short. That's a big red candle. That's a big red candle for you, or red bar. Deep purple bar. No, I'm sure you want. 358 is the next low looking left. You are really going to hold this overnight? All right, guys, listen, it's 2:30. I think I'm going to take off. Now, William, you can go. Okay. I don't know if you want to hang around for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or just take off now. Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut this room down in about 5 minutes, both rooms in about 5 minutes, okay? So if you have any questions, please ask them now. And I can always stay later. If there are questions, I'll always stay later. Yeah, get well, William, for sure. It is not the same with you not at peak top form in the room. Okay, guys. Well, that's a great example of how the VKTX, getting out of a trade is beautiful from all the way up here, and then we get the transition, and now, in my opinion, you should be out of the trade. Why don't you just take a subscription? You can find out yourself. I kid draw. Okay, let's take a look. So, okay, on a 3-minute chart, the suggestion would be to, be in the trade. Okay. Let's take a look at a 5-minute chart. So the suggestion would be, maybe getting ready to get into the trade. Ideally you want the transition to a blue bar. Okay. Ideally. Okay, so what I would do is maybe put you don't have a go no go, but if I wanted to trade this one, thinking maybe it would get into a blue bar, I'd probably put a price alert around 450 if it hits, and see if that bar turned blue. Well, Michael, Anthony, in our YouTube room, yeah, I've been taking off between 2:30 and 2:45 for a while now. William typically has kept the room open, not the YouTube room open, but the other room open till 4. He's just feeling a little under the weather though, so that's why that room is not open till 4. And the main reason is there's just, the questions dry up. I'm here for questions. A lot of it, it's not just trading. I'm here for questions. When I see the questions drying up, I just take off. And then it allows me, if I want to, kind of trade on my own without having to, monitor the rooms. It's that simple. Well, it'll be interesting to see if it does actually change to blue, if it does get up there. Let me get back up to a 3-minute chart. See, these are blue, okay? On the 3-minute, it's teasing us right here. But I would definitely wait to see if it takes out the high of that previous aqua candle. Sometimes, Alex, on a day like today, I'm going to hop on my bike for sure. But there are times, no, I'll hang around for half an hour, 45 minutes after I shut down. Just gives me the opportunity to concentrate on, the things I want to concentrate on without having to, not worry, but monitor the room. Just frees me up. December of 1997. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Guys, I'm still in the VSAT though. Yeah, even if I had a losing month, I mean, it's not going to be, it's all managed. It's all managed. So draw, yeah. So this is looking interesting. Yeah, 448, 450 break on some volume could get this one running. Okay, now on the VSAT, I might be because I am wanting to take off. That might be it for me. didn't turn, but I do want to take off, so I'm not going to hang around probably. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will take off now. So thanks again for all the help all day long. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The room will be open. The main room will be open around, well, a little before 8 usually. William will open it, and if he doesn't, I will. By no later than 8 o'clock, you guys can come into the main room, and I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I have to shut both rooms down. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Also,